coffee in the morning, gotta have a coffee. Wake me up, shake me up, dip me back on pussy. One sip, two sips, and I'm feeling so alive. Coffee in the morning, it's the best way to survive. Woke up in the morning, sleepy eyes yawning. Jumped out of bed, started the day, opened the curtains. Felt the cool breeze, the sun shining on my face. But something was missing, I needed my job to chase. Give me coffee in the morning, give me coffee in the morning, gotta have a coffee. Wake me up, shake me up, dip me back on pussy. One sip, two sips, and I'm feeling so alive.
Good morning. Welcome in. Hey, good morning, butterfly. Ugh, I made it. Surprised that I did. Goodness. So good morning, everyone. Welcome in. We'll give y'all time to get in and all the good things. Karen Reed and her team just arrived at the courthouse a few minutes ago. So feed is up and I'm monitoring it and it hasn't started yet. So hope everybody had a good night. Can you hear me okay, butterfly? We're good to go. We have the only fan in the room. There's been a new order, guys, on the buffer zone, and I don't think we'll have time to read it, but we will review it at lunch. Actually, I need to make a note of that so I don't forget. Let me do a note here. Yeah. I don't have my chat pulled up on my other screen, and it's slow to go on Restream, so let me know if you guys can hear me. Please. Great, good deal. Thank you, Butterfly. I appreciate that. All right. I am dragging, guys, this morning. I'm not going to lie. Before I knew it, it was almost 7 a.m. I was like, oh, my Lord, I haven't even set the stream up yet. I'm hoping today goes a little less tedious than yesterday did, because that just about wore me down. Trying to get all that in. So it looks like they're going to move that buffer zone a little. People need to follow the rules, but that's on them. Okay. Oh, goodness. It has been a long week, girl. It's Friday, isn't it? Goodness, because I take Saturdays off. And I've got a project that I've been trying to work on, and I have not. I had to table it because I've been so busy doing this and the Koberger hearings and whatnot. But I really need to get focused on that because it's important. So I think I'll take the time tomorrow to actually do that and detox from this stuff because, man, the social media push from both sides is super heavy right now. So I'm trying to ignore it. But that's the normal I have learned in these high profile cases. So I just tune it out when I need to. Let me pull up the stream so we can make sure we don't miss the beginning. Oh, goodness. Yeah, there's been ties there, Butterfly, but the only ties that are involved in the case, right? They have some of the same players, and can we trust them at this point? No. So I've never trusted what was happening in Sandra's case to begin with. Once you start reading all the documents and you really look into that, it's a no-brainer. But then when you realize some of the same officers that worked that case also worked this case, you're like, fishy, fishy, fishy. Too fishy for me. I actually have a website or is it a website, or I have a place to go to look at all of Sandra's case files, and I actually had to table that for a minute because of all of this. So I need to just get back to that, some of that stuff. Yeah, I'm trying to stay focused. Yeah, exactly. You can't trust the shade, can you? After what we reviewed about their past stuff over there at Massachusetts State Police, you're just like, oh goodness. Y'all red flagged yourselves. Y'all have to excuse me if I start yawning and stuff. I am so trying. I've got coffee, I've got all the things. Uh, Let me pull this down, get this up. And thank you guys who are watching my short videos. I appreciate you guys a lot because they're getting a lot of hits, and it takes a minute to do all that stuff, and I don't mind. It's just a lot sometimes. Oh goodness, why is my phone sending me weird notifications? Let me silence this thing. Do not disturb. All right. No one's going to call me today. It'll light up if they call, right? It was a different medical examiner. Yeah. Yeah, that medical examiner's on the up and up, the one that just testified in the Karen Reed case, right? Here's the thing, when every single person involved in this investigation cannot be a part of the conspiracy. They can, but it's not feasible, right? There was nothing about that medical examiner's testimony that was wrong. It was all just her medical opinions and all the things. She doesn't conclude what happened. But I also saw a little clip of her past testimony about the wounds on John's arm that wasn't discussed in this testimony. And I was like, so we're going to talk about that maybe at lunch. You haven't seen the case on the last video. Which video? Like a video or a short? I haven't done a video in a minute. Which one you talking about? I got tired. Them videos, man, take forever sometimes with that editing. Oh. Da, 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 da. Okay. Oh, did I share a video that somebody else had? I'm confused. Firefly, butterfly, my stuff's all running together. This short I meant. Oh. The last 3, 4 shorts I did, 5, 6 were all Idaho and Karen Reed. So you must have went back a little bit. Unless I made a short and forgot about it. It's not on my thing. It's not over here. And then we'll have to go back. I have to go back in YouTube every time I do a Karen Reed thing. It's lately. I don't know if it's because of because I'm really trying. Oh, the boat case. I followed that case from the time it happened. The boat case, where the lady was drinking and driving, heavily drinking and driving, and crashed into the boat club, killed 2 children, severely injured their mother and their half brother, another child, and injured several more people. She got a stiff sentence handed down to her. I knew it was happening yesterday because my buddy Seeking Justice puts out a great weekly trial alert stuff for us, and so I knew they were doing that yesterday, but I didn't have time to cover it, and I didn't know how many of you guys followed it. It's just one that I personally followed, but yeah, she got a pretty stiff sentence, and she deserved it, honestly. She deserved what she got. because she knew better. And if you knew all that she did, you would say, "Oh my goodness." This lady lived right there by the boat club, and they have her on video in her home with her security cameras walking around like 10 o'clock in the morning. She done took her gabapentin, God Lord help, prescription pills, took her gab, claimed she had a glass of wine and didn't remember, but the footage showed different. The bar she had been to told a different story. She gets in her vehicle, she backs out of her own driveway, hits the neighbor's car, and then guns it towards the boat club and never stops, just plows right into the damn building. And a birthday party for a child was happening, and she ran right over people. No excuse. And her blood level was through the roof, her alcohol level. Taken at the time of the accident, I might add. It was horrible. The children's father and mother, got up to do their impact statements. It was pretty intense. And she actually sat there and looked them dead in their eye while they told her how they felt. And she was remorseful, but it's too late, right? It's too late. You can't bring those children back because you decided it was okay to get behind the wheel of a car and drive drunk at 60 years old or whatever. She was close to that age. There's a lot of things, but they do it every day. That that intense pull that alcohol has is so strong sometimes they can't fight it, right? Makes me feel sick. There's nothing wrong with a little cocktail every now and then or a cold beer. I've got no problem with that. It's all about responsibility. It was horrible, Butterfly. These kids were young too. I can't 6 and 8 maybe. I can't remember their exact ages, but they were young like that, right? And their half brother, he was barely like a preteen. Um, yeah, she's a older woman. She knows better. She knew better, I should say. And it wasn't her first time. People knew around the area that she was a drunk. She attended that boat club. Hell, she was a member of the boat club. She's ex-military and all kind of stuff. Um, a lot of folks in the community knew her. They knew about her drinking habits and things of that nature. They all did watch her trial, but I did it just as one of those cases I follow. I can't cover them all, especially when you're trying to cover a trial like this. Oh lordy. They're still showing the OnlyFans action. I miss Shorty. I don't like her Australian time zone stuff. Like, I need somebody to come talk to us. Right? With all the options to get home. And Butterfly, the lady lived right there by the boat club. Like, if she just wanted to walk over there and have another cocktail, she could have just walked across the parking lot to the place. Like, literally. It's so weird. Because I went and checked out the map situation. There's video footage of her leaving the home, and it's literally right there. There was no reason for her to even be in the damn car. It's insane. You can't bring back the children. Will you become? Since my kids are all grown now. My mom told me when I was 16, back when payphones were still around, here's a quarter. You get drunk and you decide you want to drive that car, I'm going to whip your tail when you get home and you'll never drive again. You better call me. I never went up against my mama because I knew she meant it. She would make sure I never drove again because my mom always said it's the innocent people that will die, not you. And I always said, if a drunk driver hits me and my kids are in the car and I smell alcohol on you, they're probably going to need a couple of ambulances and I'm going to need some bail money in the end. And I'm okay with that, right? It's just the way I roll. Because I'm not going to get out there and take that risk and hurt your babies. So I expect you to feel the same way about mine. So I've kind of drilled it into my kids' head. You get out there to drink, that's okay. Whatever, kids will be kids. Teenagers will be teenagers. Young adult, call me, call a cab, call the Uber. Yeah. Well, the thing about my mom is I knew she meant it. She would take my car. She'd probably lock me in the house and never let me out. I would never want to drive again when she got done with me. one time, one time when I was 16, I got in the car. I think I drove like 5 feet. We were at this big area we all party at. I didn't even get on the highway. I stopped the car. I started laughing. I turned the car off. My friend walked up. I said, drive my car to your house and park it. He's like, get out. So I let him in because he wasn't drinking. And he drove my car. And I called my mom. I was like, I cannot drive home. She's like, you made the right choice. Stay there. It's like, yes, ma'am. Message received, mama. Well, I know that Butterfly and I are the only ones chatting it up, but I do know there are more of you watching. So thank you for joining in this morning. We'll get underway as soon as the court gets underway. Um, today. Uh-oh, let me refresh it. I'm going to pull up the screen. Andy, did I just see you pop in? Hold on, let me get back. Yeah. Hey, Andy. Welcome in, girl. It's been a minute. All right. For some reason, we got this bizarre color scheme going on. Oh, we got the fan back. Where you been, Andy? Where you been hanging out? Guys, I went and bought new pens recently, and one of them, the first one I took out of the package, is damn near out of ink. I think I've written a book on this trial. I seriously need to put all my trial notes like in order, and yeah, there's a lot I should be doing. Like so the stuff that really matters out of the testimony, as far as crime scene and all the pertinent things to the injuries and all of that, I kind of want to get together and all that. I've been watching and chasings and gavel geeks. Oh, okay. Well, welcome in. There are a lot of platforms out there covering this trial, so I do appreciate the ones that come trickle into our little community um, and join the conversation over here. It's always a good one. You guys have a lot of great things to say and a lot of good. You guys pay attention, and I love that. I love to know what the community's thinking instead of me just sitting here telling y'all what to think. Like, no, they have a brain. So if you guys tuned in yesterday, we read those documents that came down in the Koberger case, and the judge is really big mad over that Dateline stuff, as he really should be. In all honesty, yeah, we're all true shit. We'll learn all the things, but in the big scheme of things, I shouldn't know what's on Koberger's phone right now, right? Um, will it sway my opinion? Not really, because I already had one formed. Um, But as far as fair trials go, I want Koberger to have a fair trial, because if he doesn't get a fair trial, that's not justice for the victims. Just like Lori Vallow deserves a fair trial, because if she doesn't get it, it is not fair to the victims, right? Good morning, Sajoy. Your name just brings the joy. I love it. Welcome in. Good morning. I wonder if they're at sidebar already trying to hash out some business. Yes, girl, happy Friday. Exactly. I'm glad it's Friday, honestly. I need a day. Need a day of rest. Although I got some work to get caught up on. Oh, we have movement. Oh, I think I have it on silent. I did because they were outside the courthouse this morning and everybody was laughing and cutting up. They were getting on my nerves, so I had to mute them. So, what do y'all think about, girl, Andy? Them state troopers are full of it. We did a thing the other day here and we looked back at some of their past stuff. They have got investigations into overtime scandals. Um, Shoot, what was that other one, guys? It was overtime scandal, and there was one other one we were looking at. Um, yeah, they've been involved in a couple of investigations prior to this stuff, and yeah, corruption at its finest. They're not on the up and up, are they, Andy? Not at all. And what was it? So that little short that I dropped this morning was little Mr. Connor Keefe testifying he was the only one from his unit. Now, do you mean your unit or do you mean from the Mass State Police, sir? Because you said you're the only one from your unit that went to the autopsy, but yet there's a picture of you and another gentleman standing there at the autopsy side by side. It appears you're both from the state police. So, did you drive alone? Is that what you meant? Like, what did you mean, sir? You were the only one there? Because I beg to differ. And why are y'all all telling these stories? These cute little stories. Oh, look, that Etsy, is that what Butterfly or Firefly says her name is? She's back. She hasn't been there last few days. I'm trying to not pay attention to these families right now. It's convoluting things. Down there. Tiny Desk Guy. They need you in Idaho, come to find out, Tiny Desk Guy. Each team in Idaho has to get their own IT guy. Yeah, that's what we were just discussing a few minutes ago, Andy. I've looked heavily into Sandra's case files. Um, a lot of the some of the officers that worked this case were also involved in that case. It's crazy. And there's a lot of shady stuff going down in Sandra's case, right? Cover up galore. And if the same officers involved in that case and they were aware of the things going on there, why would they not be, why would they not be throwing shade over here in this one as well? I think it's business as usual, and they don't think people are going to look, right? It'll stay in house, it'll stay in our little town, it's not going to leave, no one's going to know, because that's what they're used to until something blows up. And I'm honestly, since I didn't watch trial one, most of you who've been here with me know I did not watch it. I did not look at all that social media madness. None of it. This is my first time watching this trial, first time hearing a lot of this testimony. I have went back and reviewed testimony off and on, but I'm trying to base my entire opinion off of what I'm seeing in the courtroom, because that's what the jurors are basing it on, and they're the only ones that matter. What we all are out here saying really doesn't even matter, right? What matters is what their impression is, and I've been trying to gauge that. If they're thinking like me right now, the defense is doing a really good job, except for yesterday. That was a whole fiasco, oddballness that I don't even understand what happened, because it just made me mad and gave me frustration at the end of the stream. But take that whole day away, yeah, nothing has shown me this woman maliciously mowed this man down and none of that stuff. The FBI becomes involved usually in a case when they're asked to by the state. This time, the feds investigated because they investigated the overtime scandal, investigated that other scandal. I don't know why I can't think of it now off the top of my head. We just reviewed it the other day, but I can't think of it. And yeah, so what turned them on to this investigation, right? Karen Reed's team did. It's my opinion. Yeah, it is crazy, Andy, when you start listening to it and learning it. Just like, no wonder there's, reasonable doubt. But even with, it's just a hard case to figure out. There was just so much push, so much media push. I learned a lesson with Idaho 4 in Delphi about mainstream media and social media pushes. I'll just call them that. Campaigns, maybe? I don't know. So I have to be careful at some point in my mind, for me, that I kind of tune some of that out and try to pay attention, just go by what's in court. I don't mind looking at all that stuff coming up, like all the Idaho stuff. There's so much we've seen and heard and da 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 da. But when I get to trial with that case, I'm not above saying, whoa, the defense has got a point there, or that's shady, Mr. Prosecutor. Mm-mm. I'll call it out from either side. And I will evaluate all the evidence fairly, regardless of what I've heard or seen on Dateline. Because you can have photos of pretty girls all day long. Does that mean you did something? No. But it's odd. We can't say it's not. And Andy, another thing, like we've talked about here, why would these officers go through all of this shadiness if there wasn't something shady to worry about, right? The fact that they even got to murder to begin with is still baffling to me. I figured it out. Like, grand jury testimony was not accurate, but the fact they push to get a murder charge versus a vehicular manslaughter charge was wild to me. I mean, it's one thing to accidentally run someone over that you didn't know that you did it and you left and went home, and then you calling him freaking out, where are you, where are you, all that stuff. That very well could have happened. Let's be logical about it. But they went a step further and said, no, no, it was malicious intent and all that. And I'm like, where do y'all see that? Even with the weird text messages between her and Higgins, I never saw that she was out to get John O'Keefe and wanted him dead, right? Not at all. I saw toxic relationship stuff, but that was about it. And that's kind of normal for a lot of people. So it doesn't weigh in on my thought process here. That stuff yesterday, guys, was so grueling. It's like, get to the point and ask the questions that matter. Word them the way you need to word them to get it out there. That Fed's investigation into this case, they're all like, oh, it's over. We've been told it's over. How do y'all know all that? This is the Feds. They're going to let y'all believe what they want y'all to believe. They're not going to say anything, you know? Will anything more come of it? Will others lose their jobs? Will others be impacted besides a 5-day vacay takeaway? Oh, here you go. You lost 5 days on your vacay. You bad boy. Don't do it again. It's like, what in the world? If I was a cop or even a civilian doing half the stuff these cops were doing, they wouldn't be so lenient on me. They're like, no, ma'am. They wouldn't be lenient on you guys either, would they? Like, don't go to Massachusetts, Kentucky, or Indiana, guys. Just don't do it. The outcome may not be great if you accidentally stumble into trouble. Accidentally. Them Kentucky people are a little bit scary because they're like in the South and they got woods and stuff and all kinds of little hiding places. I'm like, oh, I'm not going there. There's a lot of crazy things going down in Kentucky. In several counties. It's not just one. It's not like just Letcher County where the sheriff shot the judge. That's a whole crazy mess. And we still haven't reviewed all that footage I got. So we might do that on Sunday. Take a break from Karen Reed and look at all that other stuff on Sunday that I've had kind of put to the side for a minute. That's a good question, Butterfly. Did she make a decision? I kind of wish that she'd have took some notes from Judge Hippler over there on how to do this, right? Make it go a little smoother, make the flow a little better. Because I was really baffled at all these sidebars and these things they're trying to iron out at trial. And I was so grateful to hear Judge Hippler describe the way he is going to do it. And I'm like, that's the way it should be. From all the other trials I've ever watched, this is like the weirdest one. Okay, now we have noise, guys. So they're on the move in there. Again, hit the like button because it does help get the show out there and get us, more eyes and join our little community here.
All persons have any business before the Honorable Beverly Canoni, Justice of the Norfolk Superior
I'm going to go
Court,
grab fresh
will
coffee.
attend.
Let me get started.
Draw
Be
near,
right back.
give your attendance, and you shall be heard. God save the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. This court is now open. You may be seated.
Good morning again, counsel. Good morning again, Ms. Reed. Good morning, jurors. So, I appreciate your patience. I have to ask you those 3 questions. Were you all able to follow my instructions and refrain from discussing this case with anyone since we left yesterday?
Yes.
Everyone said yes and nodded affirmatively. Were you also able to follow my instructions and refrain from doing any independent research or investigation into this case? Everyone said yes or nodded affirmatively. Did anyone happen to see, hear, or read anything about this case since we left yesterday? I have one other important instruction for you folks, and it's so important that each and every juror can hear the evidence or the testimony that's presented, can follow the testimony, and can understand and evaluate the testimony of each witness and the exhibits. In order to do that, I just want to be very clear that it's important that people do not comment on the evidence or make any comments. Once you enter the room, it's probably a good idea to just listen. Don't talk, don't make any facial expressions, no muttering under your breath, no audible noises, because people need to hear what's going on and to understand everything. So out of respect for your fellow jurors, I would ask that you be very careful to make sure you don't do that, and out of respect to the lawyers who worked so hard to get this case before you. Okay? Thank you very much. With that, Mr. Brennan, your first witness, please.
Or if I could begin by offering a stipulation that's agreed to between the parties.
Okay, can we turn the AC down, please?
She's like, I'm cold this morning. Stipulation, huh?
Thank you. Yes.
Your Honor, if I may, I'd like to read a stipulation agreement between the Commonwealth and the defense.
Okay.
And the stipulation between the parties is as follows. Now comes the Commonwealth and Karen Reed, the defendant, in the above captioned matter. Both parties respectfully stipulate to the following. The 2 Massachusetts State Police troopers present at the autopsy conducted by the medical examiner, Dr. Scortibello, on January 31st, 2022, were Trooper Keefe and Trooper Watson. Former Trooper Michael Proctor was not present.
Oh, wow.
Thank you.
And
Yes, thank you.
with that, Your Honor, I'd like to introduce and play clip number 21.
Okay. Paul,
So he wasn't alone. He still lied. I don't care who the other guy was.
hold on 1 second, please.
Dixie.
I just want that. Can the jurors hear better with that on?
So John's laying there, his left and his right, and I approach John from the left. That's where the street is. And he had a piece of glass, like perched on his nose, like just wedged like a splinter would be. And I just pulled it, and as soon as I pulled it, it just gushed blood down his face.
So we need this marked.
Yes. Have the item.
Exhibit 169.
Mr. Lally, you're next.
Your Honor, the Commonwealth calls Andre Porto to the stand.
You solemnly swear the evidence given to the court and jury in the case now in hearing should be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. So help you God.
Morning. Hey, Mr. Lally, whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, sir.
Morning.
Could you please introduce yourself to the jury, spelling your last name for the court?
Yeah, my name is Andre Porto, last name spelled Porto.
And what do you do for work, sir?
I'm a forensic scientist too in the DNA unit at the Massachusetts State Police Crime Lab.
And where did you go to school?
I received my undergraduate Bachelor of Science in Microbiology from the University of Massachusetts in Amherst, and then I received a Master of Science in Biomedical Forensic Sciences at the Boston University School of Medicine.
Now, following your education, where did you go to work?
I started at the Massachusetts State Police Crime Lab in the DNA unit.
And how long have you worked at the state lab?
Oh, yeah, sorry.
How long have you worked at the state lab, sir?
Since September 2019.
Now, when you joined the lab, what was your position and title that you were initially hired for?
I was hired as a Forensic Scientist 1.
Now, can you please explain to the jury your duties and responsibilities as a Forensic Scientist 1?
Sure. So a Forensic Scientist 1 is a trainee position where we're hired and we undergo an extensive training program where we do undergo the analysis process in training casework samples, where we learn how to do the lab work and analyze profiles. And at the end of this training, I took a competency, was able to accurately conduct the DNA analysis process. And once I passed that, I was then put on to do casework. And a year after completing both my competency tests and a year after my hire date, I was then promoted to a Forensic Scientist 2.
And so you're currently a Forensic Scientist 2, is that correct?
Correct.
And what is the difference between a Forensic Scientist 1 and a Forensic Scientist 2?
So a Forensic Scientist 2 is just the automatic promotion that you get after a year of hire and passing the initial competency test. And we're able to do the DNA process in casework samples.
Now, sir, what type of analysis do you currently do at the Massachusetts State Police Crime Laboratory?
I can do the DNA analysis process in casework and known samples. That includes the lab work as well as analyzing the DNA profiles that are generated from the work.
Now, first, just in general terms, but specifically with reference to DNA analysis, can you explain to the jury how is that analysis performed?
Sure. So there's 4 steps in the analysis process. The first step is extraction, where we apply heat and chemicals to the samples to break open the cells and release that DNA to be available for use. Step 2 is called quantitation, where we take a small sample of that extracted DNA to estimate, and we use chemicals and run it through an instrument to estimate how much DNA we extracted. And then we proceed to step 3, which is called amplification. And that's basically, think of it as a molecular photocopier, where we target specific areas of the DNA to make millions of copies of it. And then we run it through, go to detection, where we run it through an instrument, and we generate the DNA profile as an electronic file on a computer.
Now, is the state lab where you work accredited?
Yes, it is.
And by whom?
We are accredited by an organization called ANAB, which stands for ANSI National Accreditation Board, and ANSI stands for American National Standards Institute.
I need you to slow down, please.
Sorry.
Please.
Sorry.
Wow.
Now, Mr. Porto, are there steps taken in your lab during that process that you were just explaining to prevent against contamination?
Yes, there are.
And can you explain what those are?
Sure. So there are various steps. One step to prevent contamination between analysts would be to bleach and wipe down the workstations before use and after. Another way to prevent DNA transfer from analysts to the samples is to wear personal protective equipment, such as lab coats, gloves, masks, hairnets, and beard guards. And a way to prevent transfer from sample to sample would be to frequently change gloves, as well as only have one sample open at a time.
Now, with your work at the lab, is there a review process that your work undergoes?
Yes, there is.
And can you describe that process to the jury?
Sure. So once I complete my work, the file undergoes two types of reviews. The first is a technical review, where another qualified analyst will take the file and they'll do their own independent assessment and make sure that they come up with the conclusions and that they agree with the conclusions that I reached. And they'll also make sure that all the protocols were followed and every decision is scientifically sound. Once that review is completed, it undergoes an administrative review, where another qualified analyst will then look through the file and they look for clerical errors, such as typos or missing page numbers or missing case numbers. Once those two reviews are completed, the results can then be reported out.
Now, as a part of that accreditation process that you were speaking about a few moments ago, do you undergo anything called proficiency testing?
Yes, I do.
And can you explain to the jury what that proficiency testing process consists of?
Yeah, so a proficiency test is a test that's administered twice a year by an external vendor, and the results of this test are not known to the analyst at the time. And we basically treat it like it's a real case, where it undergoes the analysis process as if it were a real case. And this test is used to show that the analyst is demonstrates ongoing competency in the DNA analysis process. And successful completion of the test is required to maintain qualification as an analyst.
And what areas do you specifically undergo proficiency testing in?
DNA analysis.
And have you successfully completed each of those proficiency tests that you've taken?
Yes.
Now, Mr. Porto, could you explain to the jury what exactly is DNA?
Yeah, so DNA stands for deoxyribonucleic acid, and it's basically the building block that makes us who we are. We each have two copies of our DNA, one that we inherit from mom and one that we inherit from dad. And this combination makes sure that, barring with the exception of identical twins, we all have different DNA.
And is DNA the same in every cell of a person's body?
Yes. So what that means is, if I were to take a blood sample and a saliva sample from the same person, the same DNA profile will be generated.
Now, you spoke a bit earlier about the different steps included in the DNA testing. If you could, just a little bit slower, go through each of those 4 steps again for the jury.
Sure. So like I said, it's a 4-step process. So extraction, quantitation, amplification, and detection. So extraction, we use chemicals and heat to burst open the cells to make that DNA available for use. Quantitation, step 2, we take a small sample of that extracted DNA. We use a different set of chemicals and an instrument to estimate how much DNA is available for use. Amplification is the 3rd step, which I mentioned is the basically molecular photocopier, where it makes millions of copies of specific areas of the DNA. And then the 4th and last step is detection, where we run those amplified copies through an instrument, and we generate the DNA profile as an electronic file on the computer.
Now, Mr. Porto, what is STR?
So STR stands for short tandem repeats, and they're the locations that we're making the millions of copies of.
Now, in your work at the lab, do you have something that's referred to as a known item?
Yes.
And can you explain to the jury what a known item is?
Sure. So a known item is an item that's taken directly from a person to be used as a reference sample, so we know what the source of that profile is.
And conversely, what is a questioned item?
A questioned item is an item that's taken, let's say, from a crime scene where we don't know what the source is.
Now, do you also have terminology within your lab as far as a parent versus a child item?
Yes, we do.
And can you explain how those labels are and how they reference to what you do in your work?
Sure. So A parent item is, for example, the original item, and the child is a sample of that item. So, for example, this box of tissues would be the parent item, and if you were to swab the outside, the swab would be the child item. So the box of tissues would receive, let's say, an item of 1-1. The swabbing of the outside would receive an item of 1-1.1.
Now, what are positive and negative controls?
Yeah, so a positive control is a control that has it's a known sample with a known DNA profile that we use in every step of the DNA analysis process to make sure that each step and instrument worked as expected and properly. And then a negative control is a sample that has no DNA in it. It only receives the chemicals that we use, and that's to ensure that the chemicals that we're using don't have any DNA inherent to them.
Now, when you as an analyst or forensic scientist too are assigned work within the DNA unit, where do you retrieve that evidence from?
Yeah, so I retrieve it from a locked cold room that's only accessible via keycard.
Now, why are items kept in cold storage?
Yeah, the cold storage helps preserve the DNA for long-term storage.
And as far as the heat versus the cold, why is it that it's specifically kept, or why does the coldness of the storage room help preserve the item?
The cold can help prevent, let's say, growth of bacteria and mold that can degrade DNA.
And what does heat do, conversely, in reference to an item of forensic value?
Heat can help degrade DNA, and also promotes bacterial and mold growth that can further degrade that DNA.
Now, when you receive an item from the cold storage, how is that item typically packaged when you retrieve it from there?
Sure. So the item comes in these plastic, clear, transparent plastic sealed containers that has a label with a case number on it. And inside of that, each sample is within like a small plastic tube that has a label with a case number and item number.
Now, at some point, were you assigned to perform some work on a lab case number 22-02184 pertaining to this defendant, Karen Reed? And what type of work in general terms were you assigned to do in this case?
I was assigned to do the DNA analysis process.
And that was on several items, is that correct?
Correct.
And could you explain to the jury the sort of the process that you used to analyze evidence in this case?
Sure. So the case underwent the 4 steps that I explained before. So extraction, quantitation, amplification, and detection.
And there was a known standard that was done in this case, specifically in item number 8-1.1.1, is that correct?
Correct.
And did another analyst test and report the results from the known blood standard from that item 8-1.1.1?
Correct.
And how is that done?
Yeah, so that undergoes the same process that I explained. It'll go through the 4 steps: extraction, quantitation, amplification, detection, and then the analyst that did the interpretation and reported that out, the known standard out, they went through the profile to make sure that it's from one person or single source. And once that went through the review process that I explained, so technical and administrative review, and once that was all completed, the standard was available to be used for comparisons.
And to whom was that known standard identified as belonging to?
John O'Keefe.
Now, you used the word in there as far as a single source. Can you explain to the jury what your understanding of that term is based on your training and experience?
Sure. So a single source is just a DNA profile that has one contributor to it. So only one person contributed DNA to that profile.
What exactly is a DNA profile?
Yeah, so a DNA profile is basically the combination of all of the locations that we amplified during the 3rd step of the process. And it's basically, you can think of it as like a chart, like an EKG, where it has peaks and valleys, and each peak has a specific number, and the DNA profile is just a combination of all those numbers put together.
Now, can you explain to the jury in general terms, to start with, the process of comparison between a known standard and a questioned or unknown standard?
Sure. So first, I did the analysis on the question items. I did the 4 steps. I analyzed the profiles that were generated. I then interpreted, make sure that I could determine the number of contributors. And once that was completed, I then used the standard that was available and compared them to all the profiles that were suitable for comparison.
Now, sir, starting with item 3-1.1, what was that a sample from?
That was a sample from taillight passenger.
And from a specific vehicle, is that correct?
Correct.
And what, if any, information were you given as to that vehicle that the swab from the taillight was from?
Do you mean like the license plate?
Yes.
Could I refer to my notes?
Yes.
Thank you.
Your Honor, with the court's permission, this is a little detailed as far as the testimony goes.
I don't have
May-
a problem. Does the defense object?
I do not object,
Okay,
Your Honor.
thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
So the license plate was 3G6684. Wait, I'm sorry, 3GC684.
Now, with reference to the swab from the taillight, were you able to generate a DNA profile from that item?
I was.
And from your comparative analysis from that question item to that of the known standard of John O'Keefe, what did you conclude?
So the sample, the DNA profile was interpreted as a mixture of 3 contributors, including male DNA. And the DNA profile from this item is at least, I'm so sorry. I'll just restart. So the DNA profile was interpreted as a mixture of 3 contributors, including male DNA. And the DNA profile from this item is at least 510 non-alien times more likely if it originated from John O'Keefe and 2 unknown individuals than if it originated from 3 unknown, unrelated individuals. This provides support for an inclusion.
Now, sir, what does that mean?
So an inclusion is basically when I look at the question DNA profile that was generated, and I compare it to the known DNA profile. And if the characteristics of the known profile are consistent with the characteristics observed in the question DNA profile, that's an inclusion.
Now, as far as that number, 510 non-alien, how many zeros in that number?
So a non-alien is a 1 followed by 30 zeros.
Now, that profile, in addition to Mr. O'Keefe's profile, also had 2 unknown contributors, correct?
Correct.
Now, was that item also submitted to an outside vendor named Bodhi Technologies for further analysis?
Correct.
And with reference to your comparative analysis from the profile from this item to Mr. O'Keefe profile, if you could again just expound upon what does inclusion mean?
Yes, so an inclusion, I compared the known standard that I had available for use from John O'Keefe to the DNA profile generated from the taillight. And the DNA profile was, if that was consistent with the DNA profile that I observed in the questioned item, and that's what an inclusion means.
Now, regarding item 3-6, what is the description of that item?
Yeah, so 3-6 is a root end of hair from exterior passenger side rear panel.
And is that the same vehicle as far as the taillight sample?
Correct.
Now, with respect to hair in general, there's a root end and a shaft end, correct?
Correct.
And what limitations does your lab have with regard to DNA testing of hair?
So when we test hair, we're actually, the root end of the hair, we're looking at any potential skin cells that might be attached to the root end. So that's where the DNA that we're looking for is coming from. And if there's not too many, yeah.
Did it have a root?
Are you familiar with the term based on your training experience known as autosomal DNA?
Yes.
And can you describe for the jury what your understanding of that term is?
Yeah, so autosomal DNA is DNA that's located in the nucleus of the cell, and that's the DNA that we inherit from both mom and dad.
Now, are you also familiar, based on your training experience, with a term known as mitochondrial DNA?
Yes.
And can you please explain to the jury what your understanding of the term mitochondrial DNA is?
Yeah, so mitochondrial DNA is DNA that's found in the mitochondria of a cell, and we inherit that from the mother.
It may be somewhat evident, but could you please explain to the jury sort of the difference between autosomal DNA on the one hand and mitochondrial DNA on the other?
Yeah, so like I said, the autosomal DNA is the one that we have 2 copies of, where we inherit one from mom and one from dad. And then the mitochondrial DNA is a circular DNA that we just inherit from mom.
Now, is the Massachusetts State Police Crime Lab equipped to perform mitochondrial DNA testing?
No, we're not.
Now, was the DNA extract from the hair also sent to that external vendor, Bodhi Technologies, in Lorton, Virginia?
I'm not sure if the extract was sent, but I know that the shaft of the hair was sent to Bodhi.
Now, what testing did you perform on the hair?
I did the regular DNA analysis process on the root end of the hair.
And that was done prior to it being shipped to that external vendor, is that correct?
Correct.
And what conclusions were you able to draw from the testing that you did on the hair?
Yeah, so there was no human DNA detected, and STR analysis was not performed.
Now, what does that mean, sir?
Yeah, so it means that I didn't detect any human DNA. So there might be DNA on there, but it was below what our instrumentation could detect.
Now, turning your attention to item 3-2.1.1, what is the description related to that item, sir?
It's a sample from the exterior of broken drinking glass.
And is there any further indication as far as the broken drinking glass, as far as where it was recovered?
Oh, yeah, 34 Fairview Road.
And were you able to generate a DNA profile from this item, the drinking glass?
Yes, I was.
And from your comparative analysis from this question item to that of the known standard of John O'Keefe, what did you conclude?
Yeah, so the DNA profile was interpreted as a mixture of 3 contributors, including male DNA. The DNA profile from this item is at least 530 non-million times more likely if it originated from John O'Keefe and 2 unknown individuals than if it originated from 3 unknown, unrelated individuals. This supports an inclusion.
This is the last time I'll ask you this, but just if you could reiterate to the jury, what does an inclusion mean?
Yep, so an inclusion is when I compared the known standard to the question item, and if the profile in the known standard is consistent with the profile in the question profile, that's an inclusion.
And that number again, as far as 530 non-alien, how many zeros again in that number?
That's a 1 followed by 30 zeros.
Now, sir, if I could turn your attention to another item, 7-1.2.1, what is the description related to that item?
Sample from stain A on upper right leg of jeans.
And is there any further indication as to whom those genes belong to?
John O'Keefe.
Now, were you also able to generate a DNA profile from this item, the stain A on the upper right leg of Mr. O'Keefe's genes?
Yes, I was.
And from your comparative analysis from the question item to that of the known standard of John O'Keefe, what did you conclude with reference to that item?
The DNA profile was interpreted as a mixture of 3 contributors, including male DNA. Contributor 1 is suitable for comparison, and due to limited information, contributors 2 and 3 are not suitable for comparison. The DNA profile from this item is at least 570 non-million times more likely if it originated from John O'Keefe and 2 unknown individuals than if it originated from 3 unknown, unrelated individuals. This provides support for an inclusion.
Thank you, sir. Now, turning your attention to item 7-1.3.1, what is the description related to that item?
Sample from stain B on upper right leg of jeans.
And same genes as the previous item?
Yes.
Now, were you able to generate a DNA profile from this item, stain B on the upper right leg of the genes of Mr. O'Keefe?
Yes, I was.
And from your comparative analysis from this question item to that of the known standard of John O'Keefe, what did you conclude?
Yep, so the DNA profile was interpreted as a mixture of 3 contributors, including male DNA. The DNA profile from this item is at least 660 non-million times more likely if it originated from John O'Keefe and 2 unknown individuals than if it originated from 3 unknown, unrelated individuals. This provides support for an inclusion.
Now, sir, with reference to item 7-1.4.1, and again, these items with the dash and the point, is that what you were referring to earlier as the parent-child relationship between items?
Yes.
And what is the description for 7-1.4.1?
Sample from stain C on upper right leg of jeans.
Now, were you able to generate a DNA profile from this item from stain C on the upper right leg of Mr. O'Keefe's genes?
Yes, I was.
And from your comparative analysis of this question item, stain C, to that of the known standard of John O'Keefe, what did you conclude?
The DNA profile is a mixture of at least 2 contributors, including male DNA. Contributor 1 is suitable for comparison. Due to limited information, contributor 2 is not suitable for comparison. The DNA profile was interpreted as a mixture of 2 contributors. The DNA profile from this item is at least 830 non-million times more likely if it originated from John O'Keefe and an unknown individual than if it originated from 2 unknown, unrelated individuals. This provides support for an inclusion.
Now, sir, with reference to item 7-1.5.1, what was the description of that?
Sample from stain D on upper right leg of jeans.
Now, were you able to generate a DNA profile from this item from stain D on the upper right leg of Mr. O'Keefe's genes?
Yes, I was.
And from your comparative analysis from this item to the known standard of John O'Keefe, what did you conclude?
The DNA profile was interpreted as a mixture of 3 contributors, including male DNA. The DNA profile from this item is at least 670 non-million times more likely if it originated from John O'Keefe and 2 unknown individuals than if it originated from 3 unknown, unrelated individuals. This provides support for an inclusion.
Now, sir, did you also do some testing on an item 7-1.6.1?
Yes, I did.
And what was the description associated with that item?
Sample from stain E on upper right leg of jeans.
And were you able to generate a DNA profile from that item, stain E, on the upper right leg of Mr. O'Keefe's jeans?
Yes, I was.
And from your comparative analysis from that questioned item to the known standard of John O'Keefe, what did you conclude?
The DNA profile was interpreted as a mixture of two contributors, including male DNA. Contributor 1 is suitable for comparison. Due to limited information, contributor 2 is not suitable for comparison. The DNA profile from this item is at least 1.0 decillion times more likely if it originated from John O'Keefe and an unknown individual than if it originated from two unknown, unrelated individuals. This provides a support for an inclusion.
I used a different number there as far as a decillion. How many zeros is a decillion?
Yeah, a decillion is a 1 followed by 33 zeros.
Now, with each of those items that you just testified about as far as the genes, the question items from the stains on Mr. O'Keefe's jeans, those were each located on the right leg, correct?
Correct.
Now, did you also perform some analysis on item 7-1.7.1?
I did.
And what is the description associated with that item number?
Sample from unstained areas of the exterior of jeans.
Now, were you able to generate a DNA profile from that item, from the unstained areas of the exterior of Mr. O'Keefe's jeans?
I was.
And from your comparative analysis from this questioned item to the known standard of John O'Keefe, what did you conclude?
The DNA profile was interpreted as a mixture of 4 contributors, including male DNA. The DNA profile from this item is at least 53 septillion times more likely if it originated from John O'Keefe and 3 unknown individuals than if it originated from 4 unknown, unrelated individuals. This provides support for an inclusion.
And again, sir, with that number, as far as 53 septillion times more likely, how many zeros in a septillion?
A septillion is a 1 followed by 24 zeros.
Now, sir, if I could turn your attention to what's listed as number 12 in your report, but item 7-18.4.1. Did you do some testing on that item as well?
Yes.
And what was the description associated with that?
Sample from stain C on top front of Gray's long sleeve shirt.
And the gray long sleeve shirt, is that attributed as belonging to a specific person?
Yes, John O'Keefe.
And were you able to generate a DNA profile from that item, specifically sample from stain C on the top front of the gray long sleeve shirt of Mr. O'Keefe?
I was.
And from your comparative analysis from that questioned item from the shirt to the known standard of John O'Keefe, what did you conclude?
So the male DNA profile was interpreted as originated from a single contributor. The DNA profile from this item is at least 58 octillion times more likely if it originated from John O'Keefe than if it originated from an unknown, unrelated individual. This provides support for an inclusion.
And again, sir, that number, as far as 58 octillion times more likely, how many zeros in an octillion?
So an octillion is a 1 followed by 27 zeros.
Now, sir, if I could take you down to listed as 15 in your report, but did you do some testing on item 7-18.14.1?
I did.
And what was the description associated with that item?
So sample from stain L on back bottom right of gray long sleeve shirt.
And were you able to generate a DNA profile from that item?
I was.
And from your comparative analysis with reference to that item, the sample from stain L on the back bottom right of the gray long sleeve shirt, in comparison to the DNA profile from the known standard of John O'Keefe, what did you conclude?
So the DNA profile was interpreted as a mixture of 2 contributors, including male DNA. The DNA profile from this item is at least 1.0 decillion times more likely if it originated from John O'Keefe and an unknown individual than if it originated from 2 unknown, unrelated individuals. This provides support for an inclusion.
Now, sir, did you also perform some analysis on an item numbered 7-18.17.1?
I did.
And what was the description associated with that item, sir?
Sample from unstained areas of exterior of gray long sleeve shirt.
And similarly, were you able to generate a DNA profile from that item, the sample from the unstained areas of the exterior of the gray long sleeve shirt of Mr. O'Keefe?
I was.
And from your comparative analysis from that question item to that of the known standard of John O'Keefe, What did you conclude?
The DNA profile was interpreted as a mixture of 2 contributors, including male DNA. Contributor 1 is suitable for comparison. Due to limited information, contributor 2 is not suitable for comparison.
Wow.
The DNA profile from this item is at least 960 non-alien times more likely if it originated from John O'Keefe and an unknown individual than if it originated from 2 unknown, unrelated individuals. This provides support for an inclusion.
Thank you, sir. I'm going to group a couple, 4 separate items from your report, starting with what's listed in your report as number 9 is item 7-3.1, correct?
Correct.
And what is the description associated with that item, sir?
Sample from stain D on right instep of sneaker.
And 11 from your report, you also did some analysis on item 7-18.3.1, is that correct?
Correct.
And what was the description associated with that?
Sample from stain B on top front of gray long sleeve shirt.
And item 7-18.7.1, do you see that as well?
Yes.
And what was the description associated with that item?
Sample from stain F on top front of gray long sleeve shirt.
And lastly, in this group, item 7-18.8.1, what was the description associated with that?
Sample from stain G on back left sleeve of gray long sleeve shirt.
And with respect to each of those last 4 samples from those items, were you able to generate a DNA profile with respect to each of those 4?
Profiles were generated from them.
And what did you conclude based on the generation of those profiles with those 4 items?
Yeah, so the profiles that were generated were not suitable for comparison.
And if you could explain briefly to the jury, when you say not suitable for comparison, what do you mean by that?
Yeah, so for 7-3.1, it was a mixture of at least 5 contributors. And at the DNA unit, we validated, basically we tested and made sure that our protocols were we can only interpret mixtures of up to 4 contributors. So I determined that there were 5 contributors, so that makes it too complex for us to do comparisons to it. So it's not suitable for comparison for that reason. And the other 3 items, due to the quality of the profile, they were not suitable for comparison. And basically what that means is that there were such low amounts of DNA that was in the sample that there was a lack of information from the profiles themselves, so they weren't really suitable for comparisons.
And just to be clear, the item that you're referring to with the 5 possible contributors, that's a shoot, correct?
Correct.
Now, if I could turn your attention in your report to what you have listed as number 10, there are a number of different items listed there, correct?
Correct.
And starting with item 7-17.2.1, what is the description associated with that?
Sample from stain A on top front left of orange t-shirt.
And 7-17.3, what is the description associated with that?
Sample from stain B on top of front left of orange t-shirt.
And item 7-17.4.1, what is the description associated with that?
Sample from stain C on top front left of orange t-shirt.
And item 7-17.5.1, what is the description associated with that item number?
Sample from stain D on front bottom right of orange t-shirt.
And item 7-17.6.1, what is the description associated with that?
Sample from stain E on back left shoulder of orange t-shirt.
And so each of those respectively were samples taken from stains on the orange t-shirt of Mr. O'Keefe, correct?
Correct.
Now turning your attention to item 7-18.2.1, what is the description associated with that?
Sample from stain A on right sleeve of gray long sleeve shirt.
And item 7-18.5.1, what is the description associated with that?
Sample from stain D on center front of gray long sleeve shirt.
And item 7-18.6.1, what is the description associated with that?
Sample from stain E on center front of gray long sleeve shirt.
And item 7-18.9.1, did you generate a profile from that item as well?
Yes.
And what is the description associated with that?
Sample from stain H1 on back left of gray long sleeve shirt.
And item 7-18.10.1, what is the description associated with that?
Sample from stain H2 on back left of gray long sleeve shirt.
And item 7-18.11.1, what is the description associated with that?
Sample from stain I on back right shoulder of gray long sleeve shirt.
And item 7-18.12.1, what is the description associated with that?
Sample from stain J on back bottom right of gray long sleeve shirt.
And lastly, with this group search, item 7-18.13.1, what is the description associated with that?
Sample from stain K on back bottom right of gray long sleeve shirt.
And so each of those items beginning with 7-18 were associated with various stains taken from various areas on the gray long sleeve shirt of Mr. O'Keefe, correct?
Correct.
And with respect to each of those areas of the orange t-shirt and the gray long sleeve shirt, were you able to generate a DNA profile from those items?
I was.
And from your comparative analysis of each of the DNA profiles from those items to the known standard of John O'Keefe, what did you conclude?
So the male DNA profile was interpreted as it originated from a single contributor. The DNA profile from these items is at least 490 octillion times more likely if it originated from John O'Keefe than if it originated from an unknown, unrelated individual. This provides support for an inclusion.
Now again, if you could just remind the jury, when you say single source contributor, what does that mean?
Yeah, so a single source profile is a profile that has one contributor to it. So like one person contributed DNA to that profile.
And with respect to the number as far as 490 octillion times more likely, how many zeros are in that number?
So an octillion is a 1 followed by 27 zeros.
Now lastly, sir, did you perform any analysis with reference to items numbered 8-2 and 8-3?
I did.
And what were the descriptions respectively for items 8-2 and 8-3?
So item 8-2 was right hand fingernail clippings from John O'Keefe, and item 8-3 were left hand fingernail clippings from John O'Keefe.
So fingernail clippings from both the right and left hand of Mr. O'Keefe.
Correct.
And were you able to generate a DNA profile from those item numbers, the right and left hand fingernail clippings of Mr. O'Keefe?
I was.
And based on, from your comparative analysis of the DNA profile from the right and left hand fingernail clippings, both of Mr. O'Keefe, taken in conjunction with the known standard of John O'Keefe, what did you conclude?
Yeah, so the male DNA profile was interpreted as originated from a single contributor, and the DNA profile from these items is at least 490 octillion times more likely if it originated from John O'Keefe than if it originated from an unknown, unrelated individual. This provides support for an inclusion.
So with respect to each the right and left hand fingernail clippings of Mr. O'Keefe, both of those were identified by you or your analysis as a single source contributor, correct?
Correct.
And they were each 490 octillion times more likely to have originated from John O'Keefe than from an unknown, unrelated individual. Is that correct?
Correct.
Thank you. Thank you, sir. I have nothing further on.
May I, Your Honor?
Yes.
Oh boy.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Mr. Porto, I would like to start by asking you about item 3-1.1, which you've identified as a sample from the passenger side taillight of the vehicle. Can you orient yourself in your report to that item?
Yes.
And that, of course, was the passenger side taillight that was attached to the vehicle, correct?
Correct.
You were never asked to do any DNA comparison on any pieces of taillight connected with this case, correct?
Let me check my other report. For taillight, there was another item that was item 2-3.1, which is sample from apparent glass on rear bumper, if that's what you're referencing.
Okay, so if I suggested to you that the taillight was plastic, that glass wouldn't have been the taillight, correct?
I don't have, that's beyond my scope of testing.
Gotcha. Okay. With regard to the passenger side taillight, you found that there were 3 contributors of DNA to that taillight attached to the vehicle, correct?
Correct.
One of those contributors appeared to be John O'Keefe. Is that fair to say?
He was included
All
to
right.
the profile.
With regard to the other two contributors, who were they?
They could be anybody.
Were you ever asked to compare DNA samples from either Canton Police Detective Kevin Albert or Canton Police Chief Kenneth Berkowitz to the DNA profile that you analyzed from that passenger side taillight?
I was not.
Now, with regard to the broken drinking glass, which is item 3-2.1.1, do you see that in your report?
I do.
With regard to that, you came up with a DNA profile that also had 3 contributors, correct?
Correct.
One of those contributors appeared to be John O'Keefe, correct?
He was included, correct.
Who were the other 2 contributors?
I don't know. They could be anybody.
Were you ever asked, with regard to that broken drinking glass, to compare the DNA profile that you analyzed with the DNA of either Boston Police Sergeant Brian Albert or ATF agent Brian Higgins?
There you go.
I was not.
Now, with regard to 7.1.2.1, or maybe it's 7-1.2.1, that's the stain A from the upper right leg of the jeans?
Correct.
All right. And you were aware, you were told that those were the jeans that John O'Keefe was wearing on the morning in question when he was found?
Based on the sample description, that's what it seems.
All right. And it turned out that his DNA was on his own jeans, correct?
He was included in the profile.
All right. And that was unsurprising to you, correct? And with regard to that item, you found that there were 3 contributors of DNA, correct?
Correct.
With John O'Keefe being one of them.
He was included in the profile, yes.
And who were the other 2?
I don't know. They could be anybody.
Let's move on to stain B, also from the upper right leg of the jeans. That is 7-1.3.1. You see that in your report.
I do.
When you found a DNA profile, how many contributors of DNA were there?
3 contributors.
All right. And again, this was John O'Keefe's genes, correct?
Based on the description, yes.
So he was one of the 3 contributors.
He was included in the profile, yeah.
Who were the other 2?
I don't know. They could be anybody.
Moving on to stain C from the upper right leg of the jeans. 7-1.4.1. You see that in your report?
I do.
With regard to the DNA profile that you analyzed there, how many contributors of DNA were there to that profile?
At least 2, and it was interpreted as 2 contributors.
And again, this is the same pair of jeans that he was found in, correct?
Based on the description, yes.
And you said at least 2 contributors. It actually could have been more than 2.
Based on our protocols, I had to call it 2, and we determined it as 2, but it could be more than 2, yes.
Okay. Well, let's pay attention to the one that was not John O'Keefe, at least that one. Who contributed that DNA to his pants?
I don't know. It could be anybody.
Moving on to stain D, which is 7-1.5.1. And if I can just put my glasses on to make sure I've read my own writing correctly. Actually, is it 7-15-1? Did I get that wrong the first time?
D?
I'm sorry?
Do you mean
stain
stain D?
Stain D.
Stain D is 7-1.5.1.
Oh, I had it right the first time. Okay.
Right.
With regard to that stain, you also got a DNA profile. And how many contributors were there to that DNA profile?
I interpret it as 3 contributors.
And again, this John O'Keefe's genes, correct?
Correct.
He was one of the contributors to his own genes, correct?
He was included in the profile.
And with regard to that stain on the upper right leg of his jeans, who contributed the DNA to who were the other 2 contributors of DNA to that stain?
I don't know. They could be anybody.
And then finally, with regard to that upper right leg of the jeans, there was also a stain E, correct?
Correct.
How many contributors did you find to that DNA profile?
2 contributors.
One of which was John O'Keefe to his own genes, correct?
He was included, yes.
And who was the other contributor to that stain on the genes?
It could be anybody, I don't know.
And by the way, just for the record, that was 7.1.6.1?
7-1.61.
7-1.6.1. Thank you, sir. Okay, now, with regard to the unstained area of the exterior of the genes, do you see item 7-1.7.1?
Yes.
You found a DNA profile with regard to that unstained area as well, correct?
Correct.
How many contributors of DNA were there to that unstained area of the genes?
I interpreted it as 4 contributors.
And John O'Keefe was one of those, correct?
He was included in the profile.
His own genes.
Based on the description, yes.
Who were the other 3 contributors to that DNA profile?
I don't know, it could be anybody.
And before we move on to the sneaker, I just wanted to ask you a question about the passenger side taillight that I neglected to ask you. That was the one where there were 3 contributors, correct? And again, I'm going back to 3-1.1.
Correct.
Sorry to skip around, sir. I'm not trying to make this any more confusing than it is. With regard to the passenger side taillight and that DNA profile, are you able to determine when that DNA was deposited on the passenger side taillight that was attached to the vehicle?
No, I'm not.
Are you able to testify with any certainty that it was deposited there, say, on January 28th or 29th of 2022?
No, I can't.
So, consistent with your analysis of it, are you able to say whether it occurred prior to January 28th of 2022?
No, I can't.
Were you aware that that vehicle was John O'Keefe's girlfriend's vehicle?
I was not.
Were you provided any information about just how often he had been in and around that vehicle prior to January 28th of 2022? So moving on to 7-3.1, which was the right instep of the sneaker, correct? You see that in your report?
Yep.
With regard to that particular stain, you noted how many contributors of DNA?
Yeah, it was interpreted as at least 5 contributors.
And when you have interpreted as at least 5 contributors, what does that do to your ability to find out who contributed that DNA?
So based on our protocols, we're not able to do any comparisons to any mixtures that are 5 or more contributors, so it's not suitable for comparisons.
Okay, which means that with regard to the sneaker at least, you couldn't even say whether John O'Keefe's DNA was on it, correct?
Correct.
And with regard to all 5, do you have any idea who contributed the DNA to that sneaker?
No, I don't.
Now, moving on to, I just have a couple more for you, sir. Moving on to what is labeled as stain L, which is 7-18.14.1, I believe. Do you see that in your report?
I do.
And that was a stain on the back bottom of his long sleeve shirt, correct?
Correct.
And were you told that the long sleeve shirt was his outer clothing when he was found?
I don't believe so.
How many contributors to that stain on the back bottom of his long sleeve shirt did you find in that DNA profile?
I interpreted it as 2 contributors.
And did you make any match with regard to either of those contributors or both?
I did comparisons, and John O'Keefe was included as one of the contributors.
Okay, so John O'Keefe was a contributor of DNA to his own long sleeve shirt, correct?
Based on the descriptions, correct.
All right, and whose other DNA was on that shirt?
I don't know.
And then finally, with regard to 7-18.17.1, that was an unstained area of the exterior of that shirt, correct? That same long sleeve shirt.
Correct.
And you tested that and got a DNA profile, correct?
Correct.
How many contributors were there to that DNA profile?
I interpreted it as 2 contributors.
Was John O'Keefe one of them?
He was included as one of the contributors,
Okay, so his DNA was found on his own shirt, correct?
based on the description, correct.
And who contributed the other DNA profile to John O'Keefe's sweatshirt?
I don't know.
With regard to any of the stains on the upper right leg of the jeans, I counted 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 that you've discussed here today. Were you ever asked to compare the DNA profile with the DNA profiles of either Brian Higgins or Brian Albert?
I was not. Oh,
And your answer was you were not?
I was not.
Did anybody ever provide you with DNA profiles of Brian Higgins or Brian Albert?
Sustain to that.
If I may have one moment, Judge.
Yes.
I just have one more question for you, Mr. Porto, and I do want to thank you for answering all my questions here today. You wrote reports on your analysis of all the items and the work that you did on this case,
I did.
and you are directed pursuant to protocol to address those reports to somebody, correct?
Correct.
Who was it that you sent the reports to in this case?
I'm sustaining the objection.
Did you send those reports to Michael Proctor?
Sustain. Jurors, strike the question.
I have nothing further. Thank you, sir.
Yes.
Mr. Porto, based on your training and experience and years of doing DNA testing at the lab, when it comes to samples from items of clothing, is it uncommon or common to have multiple contributors?
That depends. It can happen, but it's possible, yes.
Is it something that's a complete anomaly?
I wouldn't say so, no.
Now, turning your attention back to item 3-1.1, that's the sample from the passenger side taillight of the defendant's vehicle, correct?
Correct.
And Mr. O'Keefe was found to, his known DNA profile was found to be an inclusion for the DNA profile from the swab from the defendant's passenger side taillight, correct?
He was included in the profile, yes.
And to what statistical, what is the number associated with that inclusion, sir?
The DNA profile from this item is 510 non-alien times more likely to have it originated from John O'Keefe and 2 unknown individuals than if it originated from 3 unknown, unrelated individuals.
Now, Mr. Porter, if I could turn you back to number 10 in your report, there's a number of different items listed there, correct?
Correct.
And as far as the items listed associated with various stains on various areas of Mr. O'Keefe's orange T-shirt and gray long sleeve shirt, there's about 13 different DNA profiles that you generated in reference to those items, correct?
Correct.
And from those 13 different items, they're all from a single contributor, is that correct?
Correct. They were interpreted as originated from a single contributor.
And as far as the DNA profile, your comparison of each of those 13 different stains on the orange T-shirt and the gray long sleeve shirt, what were your conclusions again as your comparison with the known standard of John O'Keefe?
Yeah, so the profile was interpreted as originated from a single contributor, and the DNA profile from these items is at least 490 octillion times more likely if it originated from John O'Keefe than if it originated from an unknown, unrelated individual. This provides support for an inclusion.
And lastly, with reference to the fingernail clippings from both the right hand and the left hand of Mr. O'Keefe, those were also, your analysis provided for inclusion of Mr. O'Keefe's known DNA standard, correct?
He was included in the profile correct.
And again, the profile from both the right hand and the left hand fingernail clippings was a single source contributor, correct?
Sustained.
How many sources were associated with those?
Objection.
Sustained.
Nothing further.
Okay, you all set, Mr. Unetti?
Yes, Your Honor, thank
You
you.
are all set, Mr. Porto.
Thank you.
Very much. Who is the next witness?
Your Honor, the Commonwealth will call Ashley Valier to stand.
Okay. Jim.
You solemnly swear the evidence you give the court and jury in the case down here is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
All right, Mr. Lally, whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, Ms. Valier.
Good morning.
Could you please introduce yourself to the jury, spelling your last name for the court?
My name is Ash Valier, spelled Vallier.
And where do you work?
I work at the Massachusetts State Police Crime Laboratory.
And where did you go to school?
I got my bachelor degree in biochemistry and cell biology from UC San Diego, and a master's degree in biomedical forensic sciences from Boston University.
Now, following your education, where did you go to work from there?
Directly after I got my degree at Boston University, I worked at the Broad Institute.
And what did you do at the Broad Institute?
I did quality control checks of items that potentially could be tested for pharmaceutical use.
Now, how long have you worked at the Massachusetts State Police Crime Laboratory?
A little over 6 years.
Now, is the state lab accredited?
It is.
And by whom?
ANAB.
And what does ANAB stand for?
It stands for ANSI National Accreditation Board.
And the ANSI within the ANAB, what does that stand for?
That is another acronym that I don't recall right now.
Now, as part of that accreditation process, do you undergo any sort of type of proficiency testing?
I do.
And can you explain to the jury what that proficiency testing process consists of?
A proficiency test is a test that is given from an outside agency in the discipline that you do casework in, that you would work through like a normal case, but it has an end expected result at the end.
And how often do you undergo proficiency testing?
Every year.
And what areas do you specifically undergo proficiency testing in?
I've done proficiency tests in gunshot primer residue and physical match analysis.
And have you successfully completed each of those proficiency tests that you've taken?
I have.
Now, when you initially joined the State Police Lab, what was your position and title that you were hired for?
I was hired as a forensic scientist 1.
Now, can you please explain to the jury what your duties and responsibilities were as a forensic scientist 1?
So a forensic scientist 1 is the introductory level. It's when you start your training in whatever discipline you're going to be trained in and quality control checks. After you've been at the laboratory for over a year and you're signed off to do casework, you become a forensic scientist 2.
And you're currently a forensic scientist 2, is that correct?
Yes.
What is the difference between a forensic scientist 1 and a forensic scientist 2 at the Massachusetts State Police Crime Laboratory?
A forensic scientist 2 has been at the lab for over a year and can do casework.
Now, just in general terms, what does the trace unit do or examine within the State Police Crime Laboratory?
I'm a part of the trace, arson, and explosives unit. So we analyze a wide range of pieces of evidence. So trace covers a lot of small things. So paint, fibers, glass, gunshot primer residue, physical matches. Arson covers fire debris evidence, and explosives covers explosives.
Now, specifically with reference to physical match analysis, can you explain to the jury, just in general terms at first, how was that analysis performed?
So physical match analysis is piecing broken things together to see if they were at once a single item. Generally, you look at the questioned item first, the item that you don't know specifically where it came from. Look at that, and then you would look at the known item, which is an item with a known source, like specifically like this window or like this vehicle. They're analyzed at separate times, and then if it looks like there could potentially be a physical match, you would analyze them together and see if they have a mechanical fit.
Now, when you retrieve items just in general to do some sort of physical match analysis, where do you get those items from?
We have evidence storage locations at the laboratory.
And how are they typically packaged when you receive them?
They can be packaged in cardboard boxes, brown paper bags, heat-sealed plastic bags. It depends on the individual items.
And when you're doing this analysis as far as the physical match analysis, what do you do to your bench between your examination of separately packaged items?
I mean, before I do any analysis, I bleach my bench, clean my tools, and then put down a fresh sheet of butcher paper.
And why do you do that?
To make sure everything's clean.
Now, again, speaking more in general terms, on what types of evidence can you perform a physical match analysis?
Sorry, can you repeat the question?
Sure. In general terms, with your work within the lab, on what types of items can you perform a physical match analysis?
A lot. Anything that has a broken or irregular edge.
Would that include glass?
Yes.
Would that include plastic?
Yes.
What are some of the other things that would also include?
Any sort of like polymer, metals.
And when you're doing a physical match analysis, what instruments do you utilize in the course of that analysis?
Generally, I'll use a stereo zoom microscope. Depending on the size of the items compared, I can use other microscopes as well.
Now, what is a stereo zoom microscope?
A stereo zoom microscope is a microscope that's mounted on a stand, so it gives a wider range of view that you can look at larger items.
And how are you using that specifically in your physical match analysis of, let's say, items of plastic?
I'll use it to look at the edges and see if there's any like defining characteristics along those broken edges.
Now, as you're going through your analysis, do you document your work as you go?
I do.
And how do you do that?
With handwritten notes and with photos.
Now, at some point were you assigned to perform some work on lab case number 22-02184 pertaining to this defendant, Karen Reed?
Yes.
And what type of work were you assigned to do in this case?
I was asked to do physical match analysis, and then later on I was asked to look at, do some trace recovery, look at some debris.
And starting with the physical match analysis, how many different items approximately were you asked to look at?
Over 10.
Several, fair to say?
Yes.
Okay. And how were each of those items packaged when you received them?
So the questioned items were packaged first in a large paper bag, and then each item was individually packaged in a smaller brown paper bag within that container.
Now, again, just in general terms, because you've used it a couple times, when you say questioned item versus known item, as it pertains to this analysis in this case, what were the questioned items generally, and what was the known item?
The questioned items were items labeled as coming from a road, and the known item was labeled as coming from a taillight from a vehicle.
Now, in this case, did you perform your physical match analysis in the same manner that you've previously described based on your education, training, and experience within the lab?
Yes.
Now, initially, you had examined some various plastic and glass items, and there was a drinking straw in there as well, correct?
Yes.
And specifically, as far as the item numbers that you looked at in this physical match analysis, could you provide the jury with a list of just the item numbers first to start with?
May
Your
I?
Honor.
You have your report with you, Ms. Willett?
I do.
Okay, is there any objection, Mr. Moody, to using the report?
No objection at all.
So feel free to use your report.
Thank you, Your Honor.
So the questioned items labeled as coming from the road were item 7-5, item 7-6, 7-8, 7-9, 7-10, 7-11, 7-12, 7-13, 7-14, 7-15, 7-16, and 7-19. And the known item labeled coming from the passenger side taillight is item 3-1.
Now, Ms. Valier, within those specific item numbers of how things are labeled at your lab, if there are different pieces associated with the same item, how is it that you labeled those, specifically in this physical match analysis here?
So some of the items had multiple pieces within that item. So I labeled them A, B, C, etc., depending on how many pieces there were.
Now, if you could, please explain to the jury just, again, the process that you followed in your examination of each of those items.
So first I looked at the questioned items, the items labeled as coming from the road. I documented the overall package because they were all packaged in the same container, the same brown paper bag. Documented that individually inside of it, there were a bunch of individual brown paper bags. Documented that, and I went one at a time through them, opening each paper bag, taking written notes, taking photos of the items inside. Within each item, I looked to see if any of those pieces fit together. And I cleaned my bench in between the items.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
And Your Honor, for the court, so I've shown Mr. Yannetti all the photos in advance.
Okay. Is there an objection to any of them,
There is
Mr.
no
Moody?
objection, Your Honor.
All right, so why don't we just go ahead and mark them all as evidence?
Your Honor, if I could, I was going to take them item by item.
Okay, that's fine. Okay.
Ms. Valier, I'm showing you 4 photographs. You recognize those?
I do.
What do you recognize those to be?
These are photos that I took of item 3-1.
And again, what was the description associated with item 3-1?
Passenger side taillight.
And was that description further given sort of a specific vehicle or license plate associated with the vehicle that the taillight came?
It does. Massachusetts 3GC684.
Your Honor, the Commonwealth will seek to introduce in a minute the next exhibit A through D.
Right, those are clear. That's why I wanted to just mark them all because they're all clear, right?
That's fine. If the court prefers, I can provide them.
All right.
Exhibits 170A through 170D.
May I approach with the remainder, Your Honor?
Yes. If you have them in sections, we can do that.
This way, I'm showing you 2 more photographs. Just ask if you recognize those.
I do.
And what do you recognize those?
Photos I took of item 7-5.
And again, from your report, what was the description in reference to item 7-5?
Yeah.
Thank you. You're fine. It's just allowed. Yes.
Okay. Piece of plastic, red, recovered from 34 Fairview Road.
And Your Honor, the Commonwealth will seek to introduce in a minute the next exhibit A and B.
Okay.
Exhibit 171A and B.
My apologies, Your Honor. With the court's permission, may I publish some of those
Yes.
photos to the jury? Ms. Gilman, if I could first ask for photograph 2122. And Ms. Valier, what's up on the screen, that is the bag associated with the passenger side taillight or the known item, correct?
Correct.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could have photograph 2125. And Ms. Gilman, if you could just enlarge a little bit towards the bottom where the ruler is. Now, Ms. Valier, what's up on the screen now as far as the sort of notations there, who made those?
I did.
And how do you know that you were the one who made those?
That's my handwriting, and those are my initials.
So the AMV is for your name, correct?
Yes.
And with respect to each of the items that you photographed, you had photographs that were taken of sort of what was in the evidence bag in total, displayed on your table that you would clean with the solution and everything else, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And Ms. Gilman, if you could just zoom out a little bit to show the item. And again, what's up on the screen, that is item 3-1, the known item as far as the tail light from the defendant's vehicle.
Yes.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could have 2126. And Ms. Valier, if you could just describe for the jury what are we looking at in this photograph.
Those are the same items, just turned over.
And lastly, for this set, Ms. Gilman, if I could have 2135. And again, same item as far as 3-1, the tail light taken from the defendant's vehicle.
Yes.
Ms. Gilman, if I could ask for photograph 1905. And Ms. Valier, as far as with each of these items, you take photographs when they're inside the bag and then once you take them out of the bag, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And Ms. Gilman, if I could have photograph 1908. And what are we looking at in this photograph?
The contents of item 7-5.
May I approach again, Your Honor?
Yes.
Okay, two more photographs. Do you recognize those?
I do.
And what do you recognize those?
Photos of item 7-6.
And that's one of the bag and then one when the item is taken out of the bag, is that correct?
Yes.
And what was the description for item 7-6?
Piece of plastic, clear, recovered from 34 Fairview Road.
And retrieve those. Your Honor, Commonwealth will seek to introduce in the minutes the next exhibit, A and B.
Okay. 172 A and B.
And with the court's permission, may I publish those to the jury?
Yes.
Ms. Gilman, if I could have photograph 1921, and then photograph 1924. And what's depicted up on the screen is that what you just have before you as the photograph that you took of item 7-6 recovered from 34 Fairview Road.
Yes.
Thank you. May I approach the witness again, Your Honor?
Yes.
Two other photographs, you review those? Can you recognize those?
I do.
What do you recognize as?
Photos I took of item 7-8.
And one of the bag and then one of the items removed from the bag, is that correct?
Yes.
And what is the description associated with item 7-8?
Piece of plastic, red and clear, recovered from 34 Fairview Road.
Commonwealth will seek to introduce in the minutes the next exhibit, A and B. And Your Honor, with the court's permission, if I could publish those to the jury.
Yes. Exhibits 173 A and B.
Ms. Gilman, if I could have photograph 1931, and then 1934. And Ms. Gilman, if you could zoom in just a little on those items, please. And Ms. Lear, again, what are we looking at in this photograph of item 7 what are we looking at again in this photograph? Excuse me.
Photos of item 7-8.
May I approach the witness again, Your Honor?
Yes.
Two other photographs. Those. And you recognize those?
I do.
And what do you recognize those?
Photos of item 7-9 and 7-19.
And as far as the first photograph, as far as the bag, and then second with the items taken out of the bag, is that correct?
Yes,
So 7-9 and 7-19 were contained in the same bag?
they were. I then separated them into 2 separate packages.
And as far as 7-9 and 7-19, respectively, if you could tell the jury what was the description for each of those items.
Item 7-9 was pieces of glass recovered from 34 Fairview Road. Item 7-19 is trace item, black straw, recovered from 34 Fairview Road.
Your Honor, will seek to introduce and admit as the next exhibit, A and B. May I publish, Your Honor?
Hold on.
Oh, forgive me.
74A and 174B.
Now you can publish.
My apologies. Ms. Gilman, if I could have 1958, please. And then 1962. And again, Ms. Lear, what are we looking at in this photograph?
The contents of that bag, item 7-9 and item 7-19.
May I approach again, Your Honor?
Yes.
Two other photographs. Do you recognize those?
I do.
And what do you recognize as?
Photos of item 7-10.
And again, one of the bag and one of the contents of the bag. Is that correct?
Yes.
And if you could, please tell the jury what was the description for item 7-10.
Piece of plastic, red, recovered from 34 Fairview Road.
I want to seek to introduce and admit as the next exhibit, A and B.
Exhibits 175A and B.
May I publish that for the jury, Your Honor?
Yes.
Ms. Gilman, if I could have 1952. And 1956. And again, Ms. Lear, what are we looking at in this photograph?
Photo of item 7-10.
Thank you. Ms. Gilman, you can take that down. May I approach the witness, Your Honor?
Yes.
Two other photographs. Do you recognize those?
I do.
And what do you recognize those?
Photos of item 7-11.
And again, one photo of the bag and one photo of the items outside of the bag.
Yes.
And again, if you could, please tell the jury what the description is associated with item 7-11.
Piece of plastic, 6, red, clear, and black, recovered from 34 Fairview Road.
Your Honor, the Commonwealth is seeking to introduce and admit as the next exhibit, A and B.
Exhibits 176A and B.
And may I publish, Your Honor?
Yes.
Ms. Gilman, 1979 and 1982. Again, Ms. Lear, I'm sorry, Ms. Gilman, if you could zoom in just a little on the items themselves. And Ms. Lear, what are we looking at in this photograph?
Photo of item 7-11.
These are photos, again, that you took in the lab during the course of your comparative or physical match analysis, correct?
Yes.
May I approach again, Your Honor?
Yes.
Two other photos, if you could look at those. Do you recognize those?
I do.
And what do you recognize those?
Photos I took of item 7-12.
And again, photograph of the bag, photograph of the items outside of the bag.
Yes.
And if you could, please tell the jury what is the description of item 7-12.
Trace item 14 glass and clear plastic recovered from 34 Fairview Road.
Now the Commonwealth seek to introduce in minutes the next exhibit, A and B.
Exhibit 177A and 177B.
Your Honor, may I publish?
Yes.
Ms. Gilman, if I could have photograph 2015 and 2018. And again, Ms. Gilman, if you could just zoom in a little on the items. Thank you. And Ms. Valier, again, can you describe what's depicted up on the screen?
A photo I took of item 7-12.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
Two other photographs. Do you recognize those?
I do.
And what do you recognize those?
Photos I took of item 7-13.
And again, one of the bag and then one with the items removed from the bag.
Yes.
And if you could, please tell the jury what is the description for item 7-13.
Piece of plastic, red and black, recovered from 34 Fairview Road.
I'll seek to introduce in a minute next exhibit A and B.
Exhibit 178A and 178B.
Your Honor, may I publish?
Yes.
Ms. Gilman, 1997. And 2000. And again, Ms. Gilman, if you could, please zoom in on the items. Thank you. And Ms. Valier, directing your attention to the screen, can you describe for the jury what is depicted on the screen now?
A photo I took of item 7-13.
May I approach the witness, Your Honor?
Yes.
Two other photos. Do you recognize those?
I do.
And what do you recognize that?
Photos I took of item 7-14.
And again, one of the bag and one of the items removed from the bag.
Yes.
And again, can you please tell the jury what the description is associated with item 7-14?
Pieces of glass recovered from 34 Fairview Road.
I want to seek to introduce the next exhibit, A and B.
Exhibits 179A and B.
May I publish, Your Honor?
Yes.
Ms. Gilman, if I could have 2009 and 2012. And again, Ms. Gilman, if you could zoom in on the item. And Ms. Valier, as far as what's depicted on the screen, again, if you could describe for the jury what that is.
A photo of item 7-14.
May I approach the witness again, Your Honor?
Yes.
Other photographs, if you could recognize those.
I do.
And what do you recognize as?
Photos of item 7-15.
And again, one of the bag and one of the items taken from the bag, correct?
Yes.
And if you could, please tell the jury what is the description associated with item 7-15.
Piece of plastic, 3 clear and 5 red, recovered from 34 Fairview Road.
The Commonwealth seeks to introduce and admit as the next exhibit, A and B.
180A and 180B.
May I publish, Your Honor?
Yes.
Ms. Gilman, if I could have 2072.
Yes.
Yes.
And 2077, please. Again, if you could zoom just a little as far as the items are concerned. And Ms. Valier, what are we looking at in this photograph?
Item 7-15.
May I approach again, Your Honor?
Yes.
photographs, do you recognize that?
I do.
What do you recognize that?
Photos I took of item 7-16.
And again, one of the bag and then one of the contents from the bag, is that correct?
Yes.
And if you could, please tell the jury what was the description associated with item 7-16.
Piece of plastic, red and clear, recovered from 34 Fairview Road.
I'm all to seek to introduce the minutes of next exhibit.
Exhibit 181A and B.
May I publish, Your Honor?
Yes.
Ms. Gilman, if I could have 2036 and 2040. And Ms. Gilman, if you could zoom in just a little. Thank you very much. And Ms. Valier, if you could, please describe for the jury what we're looking at in this particular photograph.
This is item 7-16.
Ms. Gilman, you can take that down. Now, with respect to each of these items that you examined in your physical match analysis, again, as far as the process is concerned, with the questioned items, what are you doing with reference to each of those questioned items first?
First, I document them, as you've seen. I'll see if any of those within the item have a physical match with each other. And then I'll package that away and look at all the questioned items before I compare inter-questioned items to see if there are any physical matches in between all of the 7- items.
And as far as your notes are concerned, what is it that you're noting in reference to each of those items as far as what characteristics of the item are you taking note of?
I'll note the size, the color, and the material.
And what, if any, measurements do you take of each of those respective items as well?
I'll take the length and width of each item.
Now, with respect, starting with item 3-1, the passenger side taillight from the defendant's vehicle, sort of internally within that item 3-1, what did you conclude as far as your physical match analysis within that item alone?
Within item 3-1, I believe 4 of the pieces fit together.
And, Your Honor, if the witness may refer to her notes
Yes.
as to, thank you.
Yes, four of the pieces fit together within item 3-1.
And which 4 of the pieces?
Pieces A, B, D, and F.
And as far as the labeling of those pieces of an individual item, let's just start with item 3-1. A, B, D, and F, how are they labeled and how do you sort of physically label those items?
We have a label maker in the lab, so I'll print out the case number, the item number, and then A, B, C, and my initials, and that goes physically on each of those items, or all of those pieces.
So if any of those items had a sticker on it with a letter or something associated with that, that would be something that you did during the course of your physical match analysis, correct?
Yes.
Now, if I could turn your attention to item 7-5, piece of plastic, red, recovered from 34 Fairview Road. What did you conclude as far as your physical match analysis just within that single item?
There was no physical match noted among those 3 pieces of apparent plastic.
And when you say no physical match found from the different pieces within that item, what does that mean?
The broken edges of each piece did not align.
So the broken edges of the individual pieces within item 7-5 did not fit together with the broken edges of pieces within item 7-5, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Now, with respect to item 7-6, a clear piece of plastic recovered from 34 Fairview Road, what did you conclude based on your physical match analysis just pertaining to that item 7-6?
So this item was 2 pieces of colorless apparent plastic, and there was no physical match noted between those two pieces.
Now, with reference to item 7-8, red and clear plastic recovered from 34 Fairview Road, what did you conclude in regard to your physical match analysis just with the pieces contained within item 7-8?
So there were 14 pieces. Pieces C and D fit together, and pieces E and F fit together.
And when you say fit together, is there a term of art used within your field called a mechanical fit?
Yes.
And can you explain to the jury what you understand that term to mean as far as what is a mechanical fit?
So a mechanical fit and a physical match are the same thing. It's when the broken edges align together to show that they were once a single item.
Now, if I could turn your attention to item 7-9, pieces of glass recovered from 34 Fairview Road. What were you able to conclude from your physical match analysis of just the individual pieces contained within item 7-9?
So this item had 3 pieces, and no physical match was found between those.
Turning your attention to item 7-10, red pieces of plastic recovered from 34 Fairview Road. What were you able, that is a single item, is that correct?
Correct.
So no physical match because there's nothing to match, it's just one piece, correct?
Correct.
And turning your attention to item 7-11, identified as 6 red, clear, and black pieces of plastic recovered from 34 Fairview Road. What did you conclude in regard to your physical match analysis just within those pieces contained within 7-11?
So that item had 6 pieces, and there was no physical match noted among those 6.
Now, turning your attention to item 7-12, which was identified as 14 pieces of glass and clear plastic recovered from 34 Fairview Road. Again, what did you conclude from your physical match analysis just from the various pieces contained within item 7-12?
So there were 14 pieces overall. Pieces B, C, D, F, and K fit together mechanically as one unit. And then pieces E and I fit together mechanically as one unit. And pieces M and N fit together mechanically as one unit.
Now, through your examination of these pieces in particular and other pieces as well, did you note any debris contained on the pieces that you located?
Yes.
And can you say anything as far as what that debris was, or was there any analysis done of that debris specifically?
I just note that there was debris present, and I package it into a tin that's retained with the original packaging.
Now, turning your attention to item 7-13, that was a piece of plastic, red and black, recovered from 34 Fairview Road. Is that correct?
Yes.
And again, just with respect to your physical match analysis of the various pieces of 7-13, what did you conclude?
So that item had 3 pieces, and there was no physical match noted among those 3.
And again, with reference to item 7-14, piece of glass recovered from 34 Fairview Road, that was again a single item, correct?
A single piece, yes.
So I'll turn your attention to item 7-15, 3 clear and 5 red pieces of plastic recovered from 34 Fairview Road, is that correct?
Yes.
And what were you able to conclude from your physical match analysis, again, just from the various pieces contained within item 7-15?
So there were 8 pieces in this one. Pieces F and H fit together mechanically.
Turning your attention to Lastly, for this purpose, item 7-16, piece of plastic, red and clear, recovered from 34 Fairview Road. What were you able to conclude from your physical match analysis just contained within the pieces of that single item, 7-16?
So that item had 7 pieces. Pieces A, C, and D fit together mechanically.
Now, Ms. Valier, once you had examined each of those pieces individually, what did you do next in your analysis?
Next, I compared all of the inter-questioned, these items 7-5 to 7-16. I compared them to see if there was a mechanical fit amongst those, between those items.
Mr. Lally, is this a good place for our break?
That's perfect. Yes, Your Honor.
All right, jurors, we'll take our morning break. We'll see you back here in about 15, 20 minutes. Thanks for you can walk out right with the jurors.
Oh, goodness.
Can I see counsel for a minute, please?
Sure, you need to see them. All right, guys. Goodness gracious. Everybody still with me? It won't pull my chat up. Right there we go. Chat's pulled up now. I didn't know if all you guys fell asleep, got bored, left the room. I don't know what everybody's doing. They need to drive home those untested unknowns a little more. What do y'all make of this so far? Everybody leave me? You know, a lot of times, most of the time when they do the crime scene investigations, they have samples from the lab techs and all those things because they have to compare for contamination for this kind of thing right here. But I guess the people at Fairview that were there didn't have to submit any DNA. Yeah, it's always boring, but it's I guess it's insightful to some. I've heard a lot of DNA people, testify throughout the years as it's progressed. I know it has to be explained to the jurors and all that, people who don't really know, but I checked out a little while ago. I had to get up and start doing some stuff around the house, but they need to, if they want me to stay focused on this, drive home those unknown testeds, why those samples weren't testable, right? Because I need to hear that in Idaho as well. What about your unknowns? Why weren't they tested? What's the reason behind it? Was it not a good enough sample? What was the reason you couldn't test or profile? At least profile the sample. And then you need to go and collect, there's a whole bunch of stuff behind that. But they're not getting anywhere with it. Yeah, they should have taken samples. Yep. That's all they're showing is, well, because it's not, again, this is not the DNA people's fault, right? They only can test what they're submitted, what they're given, they test. They're not investigators. It's not their job to go out there to the crime scene and investigate the whole shit and shebang. The investigators do that. Bring me what you got. I have a problem with 3 unknown male mixtures, right, on John O'Keefe's clothing. Now, granted, in the bar, he did hug a few guys, shook hands with a few guys, rubbed against people. It could have happened then. But we need to kind of make sure if we suspect this man was murdered. Then again, the state didn't think anybody murdered him except for Karen Reed. I think it's been well established they didn't do a good job on this crime scene, didn't they? It's been well established at this point. But if I was the defense, I'm going to need to know about these unknowns. I don't care about your pieces. And here's another thing. So are they alleging that Karen, because Joe and I were discussing that yesterday about the possibility that, he was standing sideways, got hit and all the things. I'm like, yeah, but would he fall closer to the street? And we were both like, yeah, probably so. So now they want me to believe that John and all these pieces of exploding taillight just all flew up into the yard by the flagpole. That don't even make sense in the real world. Like, beyond all this other stuff they're trying to convince us of, that alone don't make a lot of sense, right? Now, if she had went forward and hit the guy, maybe it would have thrown him up into the yard a little more. You can throw somebody 100 feet when you hit them.
All right, Mr. Lessie, I'll hear you.
You are unmuted.
Uh-oh. Let's see what this is about. Narrow-minded, differential, or cover-up, right? Yeah, they're not supposed to operate on tunnel vision. That's crazy.
Thank you, Your Honor. Yesterday, Your Honor discussed with the parties, and parties were heard with regard to the issues we have raised with regard to the timing of the May 8th report from Mr. Burgess that the defense received on May 11th. And what I wanted to do, Your Honor, is briefly provide the information Your Honor asked for yesterday, which was how much time we might need under various circumstances. And so I wanted to take a few moments to put that in context. It will only take me a brief amount of time to do so. So, Your Honor, there is a timing issue, but there's most importantly a substantive issue. I will not, of course, go into the detail of yesterday, but the timing really is informed by the substantive issue. And so, with regard to the matter, we went back and we looked at more deeply the effect of this timing and this movement of the what has been referred to as clock drift in Mr. Burgess's report that we got on May 11th. I spoke of the significance yesterday, and here's what I would like to add as is relevant to the time we're going to need. I again urge the court to reject it substantively, because what we did was we went and we looked at matters such as the cross-examination of a key witness in this case, Jennifer McCabe. She testified with regard to observing a vehicle at 12:45 a.m. And that's a significant point. I know I don't need to elucidate for Your Honor. All of this is going in significant part, if not total part, to what has been as alleged a collision here, which we vigorously contest. No collision ever occurred. But the timing of it, the timing of what's alleged by the Commonwealth is very important. The seconds are important. Literally 1 second can turn not only the Commonwealth's theory completely around in circles and debunk it, but also the jury's analysis of it. And this is the point I wanted to elucidate today, is that the jurors have been provided information, and the defense has aimed its defense on this claim based upon, in large part, timing. So now what we have is on May 11th, Mr. Burgess changing the timing. So what does it affect? Not only witnesses like Jennifer McCabe, who we crossed, we strategized with regard to, but also my decision to not even cross Trooper Garino, because Trooper Garino had testimony with regard to when Ms. Reed connected with the Wi-Fi at One Meadows, and there's a certain time associated with that. We have Mr. Whiffen, who went through, the Commonwealth went through a timeline, and we believe they went through a timeline for the theory that they had, and I cross-examined Mr. Whiffen extensively with regard to that timeline. There were several defense strategies, and effectuations of strategies based upon that timing. So with regard to the substance, Your Honor, and there's more, but I think that's a fair representation. It innervates our entire defense. The question now of Your Honor of how much time it will take the defense to react to Mr. Burgess, I wanted to say it's not only a reaction, but it's a substantive defense analysis, and 3/4 of the effectuation of that has already occurred through our presentation in terms of cross-examination. So we would have to, and we're still evaluating that, revisit all of that. And secondly, we would have to put that into the calculation of all of our witnesses that we've already prepared that are based upon that timeline. So it is a very significant point, and to the extent that the Commonwealth tries to argue, well, you know, we never really committed that much to a certain time period. I again urge the court to look at the report of Dr. Judson Welcher, where he has 1162-2 with a specific range, 1238 to 43. And even in their range, it's a very small time, which further supports how each second matters in this regard. Now to the answer to the question Your Honor asked yesterday. Again, I urge that it just be rejected and we keep this trial moving in its current pace. To the extent that that does not occur, and again, we urge that it be rejected, the report, because it's a Rule 14 violation, there is no remedy for the defense. However, to the extent, and given Your Honor nonetheless asked me for an answer in time, we would need 4 days to be able to address it. We will not ever be able to recover strategically or substantively from it, given all that's been presented to the jury, and it will be very difficult to figure out how we're going to go present a defense after we've already presented to the jury our defense and our cross-examination. It's not really structurally possible to simply take 4 days and address Mr. Burgess, because we can't go back to all the witnesses I just mentioned and others and start crossing them and eliciting testimony with this new time period in mind. But I wanted to answer the question, Your Honor, respectfully. It would be 4 days for us to even go from where we are now and then try to alter not only witnesses such as Arca, but DeSogra and Gaffney and other types of witnesses that we have in that regard. So, Your Honor, respectfully, that is my response.
All right. Does the Commonwealth want to be heard?
I do.
Okay.
Respectfully, Your Honor, the defense is very confused. They attempt to confuse the issue. They attempt to confuse Your Honor about what the impact would be. This has never been a change. The government is not changing their timeline. The Commonwealth is not changing any information. The Commonwealth is not offering anything that affects in any way the testimony of witnesses. It's notable in the argument there is no relationship to the facts or the actual report that was provided. The Commonwealth has always provided the data, which they have, and they hadn't a chance to analyze. And the interpretation of the data has been different between the parties. We have been clear from the beginning at the time in which the infotainment system shows that there was a collision. We've been clear. And the data has been clear. That has never changed. That data in the telestream system is based on a clock in the Lexus, which both sides know full well is different than a clock in an iPhone. You can see all the productions of Dr. Welcher's PowerPoint presentation where it shows that time, 12:31:43, has never changed. Also, it has been clear that both sides appreciate that there is a variance between the clock in the Lexus, which leads to that system information, and a clock in an iPhone. In fact, the defense was so aware of it, they hired an expert, Mr. DeSorga, who gave his opinions about that variance. We have never suggested there was not a variance in this case. In fact, we have highlighted the variance. When their expert, Mr. DeSorga, provided a report, we believed that his analysis was wrong. And so we looked at the variance and the data that was available from the telestream system and John O'Keefe's Waze data that was on his phone that was always available to all of the experts in both sides. And when Mr. Burgess looked at the variance at the time of a three-point turn, about 7 minutes before the collision, he simply matched the Waze information on Mr. O'Keefe's phone to that of the information from the telestream, and saw that it was a 21 to 29 second variance. All that data was available to the defense because their expert made an improper conclusion is not our fault. This does not change the testimony of anybody. They point to Jen McCabe's text message where she said she thought she saw a motor vehicle out front that evening at 12:45. That is not consistent with the Commonwealth timeline, but that doesn't change. That favors the defense. It does not change anything to do with ARCA. ARCA has not, as far as I've seen in any reports, ever talked about the variance, just Mr. DeSorga. And so because this is inconvenient for the defense, and because it further focuses the variance that we already discussed and provided, isn't a reason to exclude it. It's not late discovery. It's not a Rule 14 violation. It is further analysis of information that was already provided, opinions that were already provided, and it is in response to their experts' mistake about that variance. There's nothing new here. Nothing has changed.
Okay.
Go right ahead, Mr. Leslie. The only question I had for you yesterday, for you to respond to today, was the time, so I gave you more leeway.
And you're giving me more leeway, and I appreciate it.
Go right ahead.
So, two items, Your Honor. As I alluded to yesterday, and it's been a point that Mr. Brennan just made, we believe strongly, Your Honor, that at a minimum there needs to be a voir dire of Mr. Burgess. And we believe strongly there needs to be a voir dire because we have a serious concern that the sequestration order has been violated. He has changed a very key aspect of this matter after the testimony of Mr. Whiffen, after Mr. Whiffen presenting a timeline. In his report, Mr. Burgess, his new purported report of May 8th, he references to align it with Mr. O'Keefe's cell phone. That is the essence of Mr. Whiffen's report, is anchoring in his timeline. He did a whole timeline on Mr. O'Keefe's report. And conveniently, the proposed alteration by Mr. Burgess in his report of this clock drift now makes it very, very close to fitting within Mr. Whiffen's timeline and the theory of the prosecution. At a minimum, we need a voir dire to ask Mr. Burgess, why did he do what he did? Another reason for the voir dire. Mr. Brennan yesterday said, we were surprised to get the report. That further makes great concern as to why Mr. Burgess did what he did. Lastly, Your Honor, with regard to Mr. Brennan's point, he made it yesterday and I corrected it, he said it again today, that supposedly our witness, Mr. DeSogra, made an error and that we're trying to correct an error of Mr. DeSogra. That is incorrect, Your Honor. Again, Mr. DeSogra was responding to Mr. Burgess's report. Mr. DeSogra's report is entirely saying, okay, Mr. Burgess says this, and therefore the defense says this. Now Mr. Burgess is changing what he is saying. So it is completely incorrect to say that Mr. DeSogra is trying to correct an error. That would require, again, Mr. DeSogra to change what he has done. Final point is this. There was also an issue, Your Honor, and this is extremely important with regard to burden shifting. There's not only the question of should this be allowed at all, there's not only the question of how much time the defense will need, but there's a third and important issue, and that's burden shifting. What Mr. Brennan proposed yesterday was a very irregular process where essentially the Commonwealth gets 3 bites at the apple for a problem that they caused. The problem we're talking about is Mr. Burgess changing a significant part of a timeline. Yes, there was a variance that he had, but he picked a range of the variance. He's now changing the variance. So what the Commonwealth is proposing is that our witnesses go forward, the aperture gets to wait, they come on, and then the aperture gets to come on yet again. We would urge.
I did not understand the Commonwealth asking me that. Are you asking me to do that, Mr.
I would
Brennan?
appreciate the
I'm
clarification.
not sure what he's saying, so. I
It
don't
sounds
know what
like
he's talking about.
DeBrosia or whatever,
His name is DeSoder, yes.
DeSoder, you're suggesting that the Commonwealth suggested yesterday that he testifies first and then the aperture witnesses?
What I understood was going to happen is Mr. Brennan said yesterday that Dr. Welcher cannot come in until after.
No, I didn't understand that. I understood Dr. Welcher, Shannon Burgess, and then Dr. Welcher for everything that you folks received prior, January 31st or whatever the date was. And then potentially for all the new ARCA information that came in May 7th, that portion, Dr. Welcher returning on rebuttal for. Not that they were holding back Dr. Welcher completely. Is that correct, Mr. Brennan?
That's the conversation I had. That conversation I wasn't part of.
Yeah, I think you misunderstood that, Mr. Alessi.
So just so I'm clear, what is it that the rebuttal?
Mr. Brennan, all right, this is separate, and I'd really like to give everybody a break here. What is it the Commonwealth is asking to do regarding that?
Regarding Mr. Burgess or Mr. Welcher?
Dr. Welcher.
Dr. Welcher should come in and testify to his PowerPoint, all of his opinions, which address all of the prior representations and opinions of ARCA, although we still don't have any raw information, but we're ready to move forward. Regarding any new opinions, which there is over a dozen new opinions that includes testing, video, experiments, Dr. Welcher should have enough time to review, conduct his own testing, turn it over, and then in rebuttal, address limited to the new issues raised by ARCA.
That's how I understood it, Mr. Alessi.
And that's how I did also, but the question is now with the Burgess changing of the clock drift, how many times is the Commonwealth proposing that Dr. Welcher gets to come in and talk about that? Is he just going to come in and talk about it?
So you talk with Mr. Brennan about that. All right, so I'm all set for this.
There are no changes. There is no changes in the timeline. He keeps trying to portray this as something has changed. Nothing has changed. It's the exact same. He's always said there's a variance. He's been looking into the variance for a long time, and now he has found a method to show the exact variance. It's not changing. There's nothing in the reports that changes as far as the timeline. That's just an attempt to cause fear. There's nothing that has changed. We can look at the reports. It's all the same, always has been, other than now he's identified the mistake of their expert, and that led him to be able to identify the variance, which is helpful and new. And the suggestion that there's been some violation of an order, no good faith basis whatsoever. None.
Does the Commonwealth oppose a voir dire just on that one issue?
Yes, because it's suggesting that there's a good faith basis for it. Nothing has. Ian Whiffin's report was available to the defense and our experts months and months and months ago. The issue of variance has been an ongoing issue for months. There's nothing that triggers a change in the testimony to adopt or adapt to it. Our timeline has been the same since when we turned it over at the beginning. They cannot point to one thing that has changed between Dr. Welcher, Ian Whiffin, Jessica Hyde, or Shannon Burgess. They are just saying things without a good faith basis. In the reports, show us where something has changed.
Your Honor, to inform you, Your Honor, we would like to print the page in the clock adjustment because what Mr. Brennan says is
yes,
correct.
and I'm happy to any information.
Thank you.
All right.
Change.
20 minutes.
No.
Thank you.
All rise for the court, please.
Well, they're going to battle it out over that 27 seconds until the end of time. I don't agree with a data company coming in and finding, oh, look, we just found the new method, or, oh, I get it, software updates, blah, blah, blah. But at some point, stop looking at all that. Just stop it. Don't continue to go through it as the trial, all these things are happening. If you're not ready to go to trial with the current data you have, then do that. Don't let it be ongoing and we're still getting information from data from what did y'all had this stuff for how long now? I'm so over some of this. why were they still asking Aperture to look at different stuff? That's like kind of like the, the deletion of the timestamp stuff with the Celebrite, but the other company still uses it. Well, stop it. Yeah, I get it, Rachel. But at this point, I'm not. They're both attacking at some point, That's expected. So it doesn't surprise me. The judge has to look past that bull and try to contain it. The juries will see it if it's in open court. And I also heard, or somebody who was in the courtroom yesterday reported that yesterday during all that grueling testimony, the jury did seem to be completely checked out at one point, even realizing the faces the doctor was making at the attorneys, right, questioning her. It's like they were all like, they're gonna get turned off at some point by all that personal sleazy behavior. It turns me off. Yeah, Butterfly, it does change and it's always going to be something new, but at some point, put the brakes on. If you're still going to be going, and that's why people have a hard time with all this data stuff. Ongoing. We went through this in Delphi with Libby German's phone. Y'all, if you didn't follow the case, you don't have a clue the cluster F that created. Nobody knows what happened to that child's phone. Plus, they gave it back to the family and they had it for a hot minute. And they're like, oh, we want that phone back. We got to do some more testing. 5 years has passed and we got some more stuff we can do to it. And they did it and still don't know what that phone was doing and who did it, when it occurred, all the things. So I already know how sketchy all this stuff is. This is not my first rodeo with it. And that's probably why it's grueling to me. It's like, if y'all got a new report, submit it and let's get on with it. Y'all figure it out. If you need 4 days, let's postpone 4 days and figure it out. Give them a long weekend, Judge. Maybe Karen needs another day of rest while her attorneys figure this out. I'd put the brakes on all new testing. If I was a judge, I'm like, nope, none of y'all can have any more testing. You've got what you got. You're done. You've had long enough. So crazy. Crazy, crazy, crazy. Trying to convolute what's really happening. Wonder how long they'll stay at break. It's not their lunchtime yet. They got a few more. Oh, she'll come back from sidebar and say she's ready to go eat. I'm getting a little bit hungry myself. Oh, goodness. Yeah, right, Rachel, what's up with that? If that's going to be the way, well, I guess that's the way they do it in Massachusetts, but if that's the way all courtrooms are going to be in the future, they better slow their roll and figure it out, right? Some of these, if I was a judge, I'd be like, I don't need your new stuff. You should have already done that, fella. Should have already done that. Work with the updates you had out while you had them. It is what it is. The phone data at the time, not a year or 2 years later. And do not put a cell phone guy on the witness stand who's going to turn around and Google something like we had in Delphi. Please, I don't want to see a Googler on the witness stand. We can do that right here from home, can't we? Sorry, y'all, I was reading a message. Oh gosh, I just read something on the Twitter about the P. Diddy trial that I don't know if I can unsee it. Y'all, I'm getting hungry. I need to go make a bagel or something, or maybe a egg with a English muffin or something. I don't know. Yeah, Rachel, it doesn't surprise me. I've watched a lot of trials and I've watched a lot of attorneys operate, and I've seen a lot of data and a lot of all of it, and a lot of trial watchers are right there with me. We know this stuff, and different states do allow different things, that's for sure. Then again, each judge will make a separate decision on a lot of things. Um, I didn't watch a lot on Karen Reed last night. I was honestly done with, you know, I just didn't watch anything last night. Because a lot of this to me is just, I can see it for myself. It is interesting to see other takes on it. Especially, there was a new ruling, like I said, that came down about the buffer zone. I think they're allowing them to come closer, but they better behave themselves, which they should. Come on, man. No need to yell at witnesses and attorneys as they're going into the courthouse. If you, honestly.
Hey there, Karen Reed trial watchers. So we know that you're true crime fans, but are you also in a business of some kind? Well, if so, I want to tell you.
Jesse snuck in on us. Oh goodness, people are calling for the dismissal of Brian Koberger's case due to what happened with the Dateline episode. Wow. Not going to happen. I think that lady's reading this document wrong. That's not exactly what that says. Sorry, guys, I was looking at a Twitter post. Couldn't help it. I was looking for anything like an update on what we're talking about here, just something that I can. Oh, goodness. Okay, I need to get this for a reference. Haha. He pops up out of nowhere. He does. It's like we know to expect him now, though, don't we? we see you, Jesse. I guess they're still on break. I'll pull up that document at lunch, though, about the new orders about the buffer zone. Oh goodness. People have wild theories out there, guys. Okay, sorry, I was responding to something, guys. I've always heard that Karen Reed supporters have been very respectful. Really, Rachel? Because I saw news clips last time this trial happened and they weren't. And that's not me taking it from what social media has told me. It's me watching news clips and seeing it, right? I saw it with my own eyes. That's part of the reason why I didn't watch this trial the first time. I know a lot of people are into all that stuff, and I don't have a problem with them supporting. I honestly don't. They have that complete right to do so. But to yell at people as they're walking into the courtroom, no. We're going to put buffer zones at all courthouses for all high profile trials in the future. They had the same thing happened at Delphi. They didn't get all screaming and crazy, right? They were allowed to protest outside with their signs, and boy, did they. They'll do it at Coburgers, I guarantee it. But we cannot allow them to be so close they're screaming and yelling at the people making their way into the courtroom. That's just, as a society, is that acceptable? I mean, are we there? I hope not. They can do it and do it respectfully and still get their point across, right? And I did watch I guess it was this morning. I think I watched Canton Confidential a little bit when I was having my coffee outside this morning. And they were talking about it. They were inside the courtroom during deliberations. They could hear the crowds outside. And that wasn't coming from a juror. That was coming from one of the reporters who was in the courtroom. And it didn't surprise me they could be heard within the courtroom because you could sure hear them outside the courtroom, right? I don't read none of it. Thing is, because I've learned so much about social media in these high profile cases, I understand what's happening. And I've been gauging this for 3 years now, starting with the Brian Koberger case. And when I tell you there was a massive social media campaign in Delphi, it was massive. And you had to be super careful that you weren't becoming a part of the echo chamber, right? I needed to base everything I saw and felt on out of court documents, and that's when I sat Delphi down and just focused on court documents. And that's how I try to approach these cases when they start to progress, because at some point you have to turn off the noise and base it on what's in documents and what's going to be said in this courtroom. Because like I said, when it comes down to the end, it does not matter what any of us think, it's what those jurors think. And hopefully this defense is doing, a way better job this time. I don't know how things got out of control last time with these testimonies and all of that, why the jury couldn't get there. But hopefully they learned a lesson, and bringing on that former juror, bringing her on board, also helped them pick the jury, and she could tell them, what specifics the jurors were looking for and needed to hear to get them there. I think that's helped a lot. Give them insight into what those jurors need, right? Because that's important. What's going to get those jurors there and push them over? Sketchy poking holes in all of the crime scene investigation techniques, the way they keep throwing Proctor in there and giving them, they're like, what's up with this guy, They already know there was an outside investigation. They already know that some of these witnesses were questioned by that investigation about their particular testimony here. That should be a red flag right there, right? Why you need all that happening? Because that's not common. It's not common to have, it can be, but it's not common to have your witnesses being investigated about their testimony. It's just not common. That alone should be a red flag to a lot of people. If they can come in and logically talk about that kind of stuff without screaming, oh, my God, she hit him. I don't want to hear from people like that. Not unless you give me a good reason why you think she did. The people on the X right now up in arms over all that Koberger stuff are some of the same ones that's been leaking information in other cases. Oh my God, it's comical. I got to turn off the Twitter. Really? Come on. Let the courts will handle it. Yeah, they do know this is a second trial. So they know there's already something up, and they know it's high profile because they've seen Karen Reed on the Dateline. They keep showing clips. How many people go on Dateline when they're in the middle of a criminal investigation? Not everybody, right? They don't do a Dateline episode on every single person out there. So they're like, dang, this lady was on the Dateline and stuff, and the Inside Edition, and they know it's a high profile case. So I hope they're paying attention to the details that matter. Because, the defense came out of the gate. This is not an accident. This is a cover up. It's like, whoa, that's big accusations you gotta prove there. I know the burden's on the state, but once the defense comes out and says things like that, it kind of shifts towards you a little bit, buddy, regardless of what y'all try to say. It does, because you got to come out now and tell me why you think that versus why I should just believe you, right? You don't get to walk in and just tell me that's your theory, and I'm like, oh, that sounds like a good theory. I'll buy it. Because right now you're both giving me theories, and right now the state's theory is whack. Whack on their own part. They don't have any evidence. The lawsuit's about the buffer zones over the constitutionality of it, okay? It's all about the Constitution. That's why it was overturned. Freedom of speech. You have the right to assemble. I mean, it's literally in the Constitution. So if Bev wants to be a Constitution freedom fighter and uphold the Constitution, she knew that going into that decision. So it's all about what their rights are under the Constitution, and they have the right to assemble and protest peacefully. Because if I went into a courtroom and I didn't, was just thrust into the situation that I didn't ask to be in, and I had to walk past a mob screaming at me, I'm probably going to turn around and say something. I'm not going to just duck my head down and just scurry on into the courtroom. No, I'm going to turn around and be like, you freak, what are you yelling at? And then it's going to be a big old spectacle on the sidewalk at that point. I find it funny Brennan chooses the clips. I find it funny Brennan chooses the clips with no context, but they made big enough. Yeah, I mean, it's all being shown out of context, and I think these jurors are way smarter than people want to give them credit for, right? It's like we're the only ones that can see it. Now I think the jurors can see it. They're being shown clips out of context, and they know it. I'm going to give these jurors the benefit of the doubt that they can critically think just like me. And they're not swayed by there's no fancy prosecutor here, there's a weirdo. It's not some slick talking good guy that can get up there and tell me a good story, me buy it, hook, line, and sinker, right? It's not happening here. Oh man. Girl, my phone been acting crazy since that update. It types whatever it wants. It started doing it before the update. Now it's like, I gotta pay real close attention when I'm typing on that phone. It might accidentally search house long to die in the cold. Let me close all my tabs just in case. There we go. All closed. None of that back, move to the back, brought back to the front stuff. Make sure my VPN is on and I'm good. Am I secure? Yeah, okay. We're good. Ain't nobody in school around here today. My grandson's home today. He had field day and he had 2 days of field trips prior to this. He didn't want to go to field day today, so he stayed home with me. Like 2 days ago, they went to the park for their he's in like the gifted program, and so they all got to go to the park, and poor little guy, one of his little friends fell off the top monkey bars and broke his darn arm at the park. He used the swipe feature. I don't like swiping. I might accidentally swipe left on something or right. I'm joking. I don't even go on dating apps, but all that swiping, I always joke about that. our phones do crazy things, including listen to us. Oh, wow. I didn't realize that. Colby Ryan posted a post on Twitter and he says he never watched Lori or Chad's trials from Idaho. I didn't realize that. Oh, he says that he never watched Lori and Chad's trials. It's hitting him now that he hasn't heard the reality of his own family. I always wondered if it would be too painful, but now I wonder if it would close the book on my questions. Probably so, Colby, because you're a strong individual and you've made a lot of progress there, buddy. I get it. You guys. So I heard from Dolphin this morning. She's still on her trip. It's probably getting close to 7 or 8 o'clock where she's at now. But so far, she's relaxing and having a nice time. She was lounging earlier when I talked to her this morning. Well, it was my time this morning, but it was evening for her when she reached out and this morning. But yeah, she's living it up over there in Greece while we're stuck here. I'm like, you didn't take me with you. Oh, I didn't watch Colby's live. I don't go over there too much. I hope he gets the closure he needs, though. I just can't with Lori anymore. You know what I mean? It's like so many years of Lori, and I'm just so tired of that lady. I wonder what kind of fallout's going to happen with that investigation in the Idaho 4 leaks. Will someone lose their job and be fired? They should be, honestly. No, Butterfly, she didn't miss her trip. Her friend was not able to leave, but I think she has a appointment this morning to get her passport corrected, and then she plans to join Dolphin. Yeah, I'm probably asleep by that time, Butterfly. I lay down and I'll just do a little care and read catch up. It depends on what I'm feeling like, right? So, like last night, I was reviewing other cases that I follow, but I fell asleep while I was doing that as usual. It's hard to focus on a lot of things during the day with this trial going on. I have to wait and try to do it all at night. And then I'm tired. I haven't actually watched one of Colby's lives in a while, not since Charles's trial was happening. I think I watched a couple over there then. I don't know where Joe's at this morning, guys. I don't know if he's busy, what he's out doing. And we all know Firefly's back at her new job. Butterfly's at home. Did they take a lunch, guys? It's not their lunchtime yet. Mm-mm. I could pull up this on the side, though, in case, and take this down and do. Hey, good morning, Carrie. Thank you for jumping in while you had a few minutes. We appreciate it. Our small little crowd over here. Okay. I need to get this picture and put it into our Brandy in church. It has a pretty good. Wow, she's got some pretty good stuff here. I'm gonna actually, I just took that off Twitter. I'm gonna post it later. But she's got some specifics about the shirt, the jeans, the shoes, and the sweatshirt, and the taillights with the mixture of the contributors and all that. So it's a really great chart, and I'll post that up here in a little while. Actually, let me start. I can kind of work on that right now. All I need to do is one thing. Okay, here we go. And I'll post it to the YouTube page, guys, and you can look at it, and we can have it for reference as well. She got the time to do it, and I did not. Why is it cutting off part of that shirt? Okay. Let me go get another one. Where'd it go? Here we go. There we go. Now I have the whole thing. Okay, go post it. Uh-oh, my dog's hitting the back door. She's ready to come back in. Hang on, dog. Okay. Okay, guys, I just posted that to the YouTube page, and you can click on it and see it if you want to use it for reference and things like that. It's a good little chart she had. So thank you, Brandy, my Gulf Coast. I said Gulf Coast, not Gulf Coast neighbor. Thank you, girl. She's only a couple hours from me. Their long breaks are quite tedious, guys. Thank you, Judge Hippler. This may not happen in the Idaho trial, because I think I'm going to start that thing 20 minutes late on purpose. Just in case some of this stuff happens. I'm going to pull the feet up on the side. And then maybe we can take a look at that document, if I can get it to, because it came from a Facebook post, I think is where I got it from. Or it was actually on Twitter, but it came from Facebook. The document, though, is not like a story. Okay. Okay, let me see if I can pull it up real quick. Let me get this down. Pretty sure I saved it. Oh, you know what? I think I put it in Discord. Okay, that's the wrong channel. Hang on, 'cause I don't know where I put it. Oh, goodness. I had it queued up this morning to look at when we were waiting on the court, and I had to take it down. Okay, they're still not back yet. Okay, let me go find it again. All right. let's see. Here we go. Here's one from Twitter. Should be able to see the. Oh yeah, we can see this much better. Okay, share screen. They're still not in the court yet, guys. All right, we'll review this document. Let me see if I can. Can you guys see that? Okay. All right. Supplemental order regarding the buffer zone. If they bring back up court, and I'll stop reading and we'll go back to it at lunch. The court is in receipt of the decision of the United States Court of Appeals for the First Circuit in Grant versus Trial Court of Commonwealth of Massachusetts, and they listed the case number there. To simplify any potential First Amendment issues related to the buffer zone, restrictions implemented by prior orders, this court guided by the Court of Appeals, suggest set out on page 12 of the decision issues the following supplemental order regarding the buffer zone. First of all, the reasons cited in support of prior orders and based upon the perimeters of the dispute as narrowed as described in the decision, all orders of this court remain in place insofar as they apply to the courthouse property. Second, prior orders remain in place as applied to pathways, including public sidewalks. Is this the new one? Hold on. Let me check the date on this. Hang on. Yeah, 23 hours ago, so we're good. Okay. Third, noisy protests, including those using amplified sound, honking horns, or loud screaming and yelling, are intended to interfere with the administration of justice or are intended to influence any judge, juror, witnesses, or court officer in the discharge of his or her duties, are prohibited within the buffer zone. Fourth, the display of written or graphic materials that are intended to interfere with the administration of justice or are intended to influence any judge, juror, witness. Same thing. Fifth, any person who actively has been restricted by an officer enforcing this order may request review by a judge of the Superior Court, which request shall be heard as expeditiously as possible. Quiet offset demonstrations on public property in areas at times that do not interface with trial participants' entrance or exit from the courthouse, and that do not interfere with the orderly administration of justice, and that are not limited to influence in trial at any trial. Okay. Participants in the discharge of the duties are specifically outside the scope of the buffer zone restrictions. Well, they didn't really change the buffer zone, did they? Was my understanding that they went ahead and let them get a little closer. Either way, they still need to act, right? Yeah, everybody's putting the same thing. Yeah. Oh, I didn't want to show the children. Good Lord, get back. I'm gonna drink my tea, guys. People on the stream feed are asking, are they at lunch? Then no one knows what's going on. They do whatever they want. Someone's like, it's one of Bev's 20-minute breaks, which means we have at least 40 minutes. Oh my goodness. Okay. People have wild comments, don't they? +200 arrests in Florida in an undercover investigation. Sheriff Grady, what you done now? I wonder what they were arrested for. fool around and find out bust. Oh goodness, they're coming back, y'all. Hold on. I gotta watch that later because I'm in Florida. Like, what? Fool around and find out bust. What in the heck? I'm gonna have to fool around and find out what that's talking about. Let me pull the stream back up. They got Miss Ashley back on the stand. Okay, here we go. Let me unmute her. Okay.
Undertook in your physical match analysis between different item numbers?
So between different items, amongst the questioned ones, I only compared the pieces that were large enough to have a label on them. Some pieces were quite small. I utilized several benches and divided them up into sections for each item, and individually pulled out all of those pieces. And then I had another bench where I did the actual comparison. I started with all the pieces of the same color and looked to see if any of those had potential edges that could match.
Now, with respect to items 715 and 716, did you do a physical match analysis between those two separate items?
May I look at my notes?
Yes.
Okay. Yes.
And what, if any, conclusions did you come to in relation to your physical match analysis between item 715 and item 716?
Two pieces from item 7-15, F and H, fit mechanically with two pieces from item 7-16, F and G.
And what, if any, conclusion were you able to draw with reference to the physical match between pieces from item 715 and pieces from item 716?
Those four pieces were at one time together as part of a larger unit.
Now, Ms. Valier, what physical match analysis did you do with reference to items 7-6 and 7-11?
So one piece from item 7-6, piece B, fit mechanically with one piece from item 7-11, piece D. So those two pieces were at one time together as a larger unit.
And Ms. Valier, with reference to items 7-8, 7-9, and 7-16, what, if any, conclusions were you able to draw from any physical match analysis you did between pieces from those three items?
So two pieces from item 7-8, pieces C and D, one piece from item 7-9, piece A, and one piece from 7-16, piece E, were found to have a mechanical fit. So those pieces were at one time together as a larger unit.
Lastly, for this section, at some point did you do a physical match analysis for the glass pieces in items 7-12 and 7-14?
Yes.
And what conclusions were you able to draw from your physical match analysis between 7-12 and 7-14?
There was no physical match between the glass pieces from, or parent glass pieces from 7-12 and the glass piece from item 7-14.
Now, Ms. Valier, are you aware that there was an additional analysis that was done with respect to glass pieces and other glass pieces that you didn't examine in your analysis at your lab?
I know that there was other trace work done. I'm not sure exactly what the work was.
Okay. And do you know who performed that additional trace work?
Christina Hanley.
And who is she to you as far as in reference to your work at the lab?
She's my supervisor.
Now, with regard to each of these items individually, they came as labeled in individual bags, as we demonstrated on the screen, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And with respect to those bags, did you note any particular date associated on the front of those bags?
That's documented in my photos.
And all I'm asking here is that with respect to each of those bags of items, whether they be 3-1, 7-4, 7-5 or 6 or 8, many of those bags had different dates on them, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And when you received those items in that bag, you essentially removed the items from those individual bags, placed them on the table, and examined them, correct?
Yes.
And that examination included a microscopic examination?
Yes.
Now, with respect to any of those items, there were some items that pieces within the same bag that had the same date on that bag did not fit together mechanically, correct?
Yes.
However, there were items from one bag collected on one date that did fit mechanically with items from another bag collected on another date. Is that correct?
Yes.
Now, if I could turn your attention to item 3-1. Again, for the jury, what is the physical description associated with item 3-1?
Item, passenger side taillight, Massachusetts 3GC684.
Now, did you perform a physical match analysis with pieces from item 3-1, 7-5, 7-6, 7-8, 7-10, 7-11, 7-12, 7-13, 7-14, 7-15, and 7-16?
I compared them, yes.
And what, if any, conclusions did you come to from your analysis, your physical match analysis between item 3-1 and all of the items beginning with the number 7?
There was a physical match with, do you want me to list?
If you
all
could,
of them?
please.
Okay. So 2 pieces from item 7-5, 4 pieces from item 7-8, 1 piece from item 7-10, 4 pieces from item 7-11, 2 pieces from item 7-12, 2 pieces from item 7-13, 4 pieces from item 7-15, and 4 pieces from item 7-16 were found to fit mechanically with item 3-1.
And what, if any, conclusions were you then able to draw from your physical match analysis between item 3-1 and each of those respective items beginning with the number 7?
Those pieces were once together as part of a larger unit.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Mayor, I'm showing you 3 additional photographs. Do you recognize what's depicted in those?
I do.
And what do you recognize those?
This is a comparison between item 3-1 and those pieces from all of the other pieces.
Your Honor, Commonwealth, I seek to introduce and admit as the next exhibit A, B, and C.
Is there any objection, Mr. Unani?
No objection, Your Honor. Thank you.
182A and C.
And may I publish, Your Honor?
Yes.
Ms. Gilman, if I could have photograph 2096. And Ms. Gilman, yes. If you could even zoom in just a little bit more on the item itself. Ms. Valier, what are we looking at in this photograph?
So those pieces that I labeled from item 7 all of those, they all fit together mechanically into this piece.
And as far as earlier you were testifying as far as the label maker and the different various pieces that you would label throughout the process of your physical match analysis. Do you see these in this photograph as well?
I do.
And where are they located with reference to the reconstructed piece above?
They're those little white rectangles on the piece.
So what's depicted here is the mechanical fit between items 7-5, 7-6, 7-8, 7-10, 7-11, 7-12, 7-13, 7-14, 7-15, and 7-16, correct?
Not items 7-8 and 7-14, but the other ones, yes.
And why not those two?
They didn't fit mechanically with the other pieces.
Ms. Gilman, if I could have 2150. And again, if you could just zoom in a little. And Ms. Valier, what are we looking at in this photograph?
So on the right side was that piece that was just shown, and on the left side is item 3-1.
And lastly, Ms. Gilman, if we could have 2151. Again, if you could zoom in on that item just a little. And Ms. Valier, what are we looking at in this photograph?
So that's that right piece on top of the tail light from the previous photo.
And is this the mechanical fit that you were testifying about earlier with reference to item 3-1, the tail light housing, and all of the various pieces that were found in 34 Fairview, starting with the number 7?
Yes.
Thank you. Ms. Gilman, you can take that down. Ms. Valier, lastly, in reference, did you also receive some debris from John O'Keefe's clothing?
Yes.
And Mr. Officer, we can have the lights back on. Thank you very much. And what did you find contained within that debris from John O'Keefe's clothing?
So it was 5 different items. So it was debris collected from, labeled as coming from the clothing. There was mostly debris, some apparent fibers.
Are there any pieces of apparent plastic contained within the debris?
Yes.
Was there dirt contained within the debris?
Yes.
And that debris was labeled as an item 17-18.18, is that correct?
I believe so.
And what is it that you did with the debris from the gray long sleeve shirt and the orange t-shirt?
So those were all packaged in like glassine folds, and I looked through it and documented it.
When you say you documented it, did you look at it under a microscope?
Yes.
So you did an examination under a microscope, is that correct?
Yes.
And did you measure some of those items contained within the debris?
Yes.
Specifically, did you measure items of apparent clear plastic contained within the debris?
Yes.
And what did you measure those items to be?
The piece of clear apparent plastic was approximately 1/8 inch by 1/16 inch.
And once you had conducted your preliminary analysis of those items, where did those items go?
I did no further examination on this myself. Christina Hanley might have examined some of these further.
Thank you. I have nothing further.
Mr. Giannetti?
Thank you very much.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
I'd like to first talk fairly briefly about your reconstruction of the taillight to which you've testified. At the outset, by the way, that was item 7-3.1, am I correct?
Sorry, for which one?
That's the taillight, this 7-3.1, am I correct?
3-1, I believe.
7-3-1?
The taillight is item 3-1.
Oh, 3-1. I'm so sorry. Okay. With regard to that particular item, your lab has different departments, correct? Criminalists who do different things, correct?
Yes.
You are aware that there are scientists within your lab who do DNA analysis, for instance, correct?
Yeah. Yes.
And with regard to the order of processing items, is the DNA analysis done before or after you get the item?
It's usually before.
Okay. In this case, it was before. Am I correct?
I believe so.
Were you made aware that there were 3 contributors of DNA to that taillight, 3-1?
I'll allow it. When you were made aware of that.
No.
Once you reconstructed the taillight, you'll agree with me that it was missing a piece, correct, or pieces?
There was an empty spot on the overall reconstruction, yes.
Were you ever provided with any pieces of taillight that would have filled in that missing spot?
No.
Were you ever provided or told about any pieces recovered from 1 Meadows Ave in Canton?
No.
Were you ever told about a collision at 1 Meadows Ave in Canton? In any case, you'll agree with me there was no glass in that taillight at all, correct?
Within the taillight, I classified them as apparent plastic pieces.
There's no glass as part of the taillight, correct?
I mean, it depends on what you call, like, the bulbs usually have glass as far as I'm aware.
Those are very, very thin glass, though, correct, those bulbs?
Yes.
All right. Now, your lab received clothing in connection with this case. You've testified to that, correct?
I received the debris labeled as coming from the clothing. I never saw the clothing at all.
Right, but you're aware that your lab received clothing before the debris got to you, correct?
Yes.
And your understanding was that that was John O'Keefe's clothing in which he was found on January 29th of 2022, correct?
It's labeled as coming from him. I'm not sure of the date that it was found.
Okay. You understand the procedure of that goes on at your lab when it receives evidence?
Yes.
And you know that once clothing is brought to your lab, it's given evidence numbers, correct?
Yes.
And then one of your colleagues at the lab handled the clothing and or examined it, correct, before it came to you?
Yes.
And your understanding is that one of your colleagues retrieved debris from those items of clothing and then packaged it in a fold before it got to you, correct?
Yes.
You then open up the fold and you look at the debris, correct?
Yes.
You never saw that debris inside the clothing, correct?
Correct.
And the pieces of clothing that come in are given evidence numbers when your lab receives them, correct?
Yes.
For instance, the orange T-shirt was given or was named item number 7-17?
Yes.
And the gray long sleeve shirt was item 7-18, correct?
Yes.
And your lab is accredited, correct?
Yes.
There is a complete chain of custody from the moment the clothing was brought to the lab to when the debris was removed from the clothing, ultimately to when you're in court today handling the items, correct?
Yes. Our in-lab chain of custody extends from when we receive it to when the submitting agent it is returned to the submitting agency.
Okay. And you have complete confidence that the chain of custody at your lab is effective at making sure that the evidence does not get lost or mixed up or contaminated, right?
I mean, the chain of custody is meant to track where a piece of evidence is. The evidence unit also does inventories and audits to make sure that things are where they're supposed to be.
And you have confidence in your lab's chain of custody policies and procedures, correct?
Yes.
But you'll agree that your lab cannot control who handled the clothing before it arrived at your lab, correct?
Yes.
There are times in which crime scene technicians or criminalists from your lab actually participate in the search for evidence at a crime scene, do they not?
Some of the people at the lab are crime scene responders, yes.
There are times when they actually take custody of evidence. Again, I'm talking about people from your lab, professionals. They take custody right from the crime scene and transport that evidence to your lab, correct?
Yes.
In those circumstances, your lab would have a complete chain of custody from discovery to seizure to testing or whatever comparison you're doing until you release the items, correct?
Yes, but the electronic chain of custody doesn't start until that item is entered into our LIMS system at the lab.
Right, but when it's entered in, it would be entered in as having been seized by somebody from your lab, correct? In the hypothetical that I'm giving you.
Yeah, there's an evidence submission form that says that this crime scene responder submitted it to the laboratory.
There are other cases, however, when the evidence is brought to your lab by the police, correct?
Yes.
Local departments have access to your lab?
For evidence drop-off, yes.
The state police have access to your lab for evidence drop-off?
Yes.
And in this case, it was not a criminalist or other professional from your lab who seized the clothing and brought it to your lab, correct?
I'm not sure.
Do you have a record of that in your report in terms of who it was that brought the material to your lab?
I could look at the evidence submission form to see who.
With the court's permission?
Yes. Okay.
Sorry, guys. I had just walked to the kitchen to put my plate up. Did they go on break or lunch? I wasn't listening. Oh, hang on. I gotta change. Okay, now I got my headset back on. Sorry.
Do you have that with you now?
Where did you see that, though, Rachel?
I do.
All right, go ahead, Mr. Liddy.
Having reviewed your reports, can you testify to the jury about who it was that brought this evidence into the lab?
So you can tell us.
Okay. So submission 7, all the items that are 7- was submitted by Trooper Michael Proctor.
Were you aware of the date of the incident that gave rise to this case?
Yes.
And what was that date?
January 29th, 2022.
Were you aware that the clothing that you received was seized from the Good Samaritan Hospital that very day?
No.
What date was the clothing brought to your lab?
March 14th, 2022.
So that means that your chain of custody at the lab began on March 14th of 2022, correct?
Yes.
And would you agree with me that was about 6 weeks after the date of the incident, January 29th of 2022?
Yes.
And of course, you can't speak to the chain of custody from January 29th to March 14th of 2022, correct?
Correct.
And you have no information and do not know why Michael Proctor waited 6 weeks to bring this clothing to your lab, do you?
Sustained.
Do you know where Michael Proctor stored this clothing during that 6-week period?
No.
Do you know how often he was alone with access to the clothing during that 6-week period?
Sustained.
Do you know if he had access to pieces of red or clear taillight during that 6-week period?
Objection, strike.
Sustained. Move on, Mr. Liddy.
You were not present when the clothing was seized, correct?
Correct.
You did not have custody of this clothing from January 29th of 2022 to March 14th of 2022, correct?
Correct.
You do not know what was done with the clothing before it arrived at your lab, correct?
You've covered this, Mr. May. Move on, please.
One last question. You cannot vouch for how the clothing or taillight pieces were handled before they got to your lab, correct?
I cannot.
Anything further, Mr. Lally, or are you all set? I'm not curbing it.
No. Very good. Mr. Blair, there is a separate evidence unit contained within the Massachusetts State Police Crime Laboratory, correct?
Correct.
And fair to say you have absolutely nothing to do with that, correct?
I'm not a part of that unit.
And so your responsibility as far as chain of custody is concerned is from when you retrieve the item during your analysis and then when you return the item to the evidence unit, correct?
Correct.
And from that analysis that you performed, you found that there were 10 different items, starting with the number 7, that were a mechanical fit to 3-1, the taillight housing from the defendant's vehicle, correct?
If it's 10 items, I don't have. I can count them.
Okay. As far as all those items beginning with 7 that you went through or elucidated on your direct examination, each of those were a mechanical fit to each other and then to the taillight housing in 3-1.
The pieces that were previously stated, yes.
Nothing further.
All right, Mr. Lucia, you are all set. All right, so jurors, that is it for today. I am told when I spoke with counsel earlier that we are still on track. I have to tell you those same cautions. Please do not discuss this case with anyone. Don't do any independent research or investigation into this case. If you happen to see, hear, or read anything about this case, please disregard it and let us know. Be extra careful with your social media use. And also, I just want to remind you, next week, Thursday is a half day and Friday is a day off. All right, so we'll see you on Monday.
Please rise for the jury.
Yeah. Wow. Okay, hold on. Got my phone turned down. I had walked outside for a breath of fresh air for a second, as usual. Okay. Let me make sure I still have. Okay, I do have my headphone. Yeah, they just got done for the day, Firefly. We didn't expect it.
So before we recess, I appreciate that council provided me with the information. Mr. Leslie, I got the 2 reports that you had that were incorporated and what the Commonwealth had given me a few minutes before, but I appreciate that it was pointed out here. We've had full argument on this yesterday and today. My findings for the record are that the defendant has not persuaded me of undue surprise or unfair prejudice by this information, and I don't find that there's delayed disclosure. Of course, all of this is ample game for cross-examination, certainly as to what Mr. Burgess knew, what he looked at, why he looked at it, when he looked at it, why he changed his report, and violation of the sequestration order is all for cross-examination, and I will give you a lot of leeway with that, Mr. Alessi, but I'm not having a voir dire on that. Mr. Alessi, I can tell you, obviously, you've got a great facility for cross-examining on the underlying information here. You've done fulsome cross-examinations. I have every confidence you can do it here again. But if after the direct, you demonstrate that you need further time, I'll certainly hear you on that. And more importantly, perhaps, if you feel that the testimony of Jen McCabe and the others that you've mentioned is critical and that you need to recall them, I'll hear you on that as well.
So regarding Dr. Welcher, as my understanding, the request yesterday was for, and it's been a request, I think, a few days. We've addressed it at sidebar, and I found that it wasn't the right time. Let's see how much Dr. Welcher could go through. I understand Dr. Welcher will testify in the Commonwealth's case in chief next week or so, Mr. Brennan?
Hopefully next week, if not
All right.
the day after the holiday.
And that will be for all of the material that was provided to the defendant initially, right, by the Commonwealth's discovery deadline?
Correct.
And what you're asking for is that after ARCA testifies, the new information, you're asking for rebuttal, right?
Yes, limited to the new information.
All right, so I would allow under these circumstances a limited rebuttal, and we can define the scope after we hear the testimony of ARCA. So those are my rulings. Your objections were noted. I'll see everybody on Monday.
Yeah.
All right, for the court, please.
Get that stuff took care of, guys. No matter how we don't like they had to end the day early, it shouldn't have to ended a whole day for it. They could have really decided, you know what, as the judge and attorneys, this is so important, let's just skip lunch and get it done and then come back and bring our, but they have to get all that ironed out. The defense did that. They're like, nope, put the brakes on. We got this new information and we need time. So, I understand what just happened. Yeah, I've watched too many trials. I got better things to do than sit here and complain about this damn lady's schedule. I'm kind of glad they're done for the day, to be honest, because these days are long and I do got stuff to do around my house that I kind of neglected the last couple of days. So, Lord, let them hash it all out. Get to the bottom of it. It's important because let me pull up something that I did want to share with you guys that I found a few minutes ago. Let me get it ready because I dropped it in Discord so I wouldn't lose it. I got to save it to let me put it right here. Let's see, I'll drop it right here in the Karen Reed case. Okay, I think that just did it. Oh no, don't leave, whoa. It tried to leave me out of you guys. I'm like, no, I was trying to leave the Discord. Okay. Now, let me see if I did that right. Well, did Karen waive her right to speedy trial, Rachel? Or they were forced to go ahead and go to trial when they have the right to make a decision about a speedy trial? There's a lot of that stuff I don't know about that you guys seem to know about that I don't know. So let me pull up this. Where'd he go? Here we go. Okay. I think this is it. Nope. I guess I put in the right one. Let me see. Okay. Why didn't it say, hang on, I gotta go grab it a different way? Did the defense want the trial to start later? And Bev was like, no, we gotta go ahead and go now? Because that could violate rights. Okay, now I can get it. Alrighty. Oh, duh, if I did it like this, it would work. Okay, sorry guys, my brain went away for a moment. Alright, now we're cooking. Ah. My screen went wonkus. I can't even see you guys. There we go. Let me get some of this. There we go. Now I got it. Alright. Both sides asked for a continuance and she denied. For what, though? Continuance to continue to go through data? So confusing. I mean, y'all had a whole first trial. What are we talking about all that stuff for? Okay, here we go. This is a post I wanted to share with you guys. It was a breakdown about the time discrepancy, 27 seconds there. Let me pull this up and we'll read through it before we do go. Because I'm so interested in the facts almost alone at this point. Okay, so this is about what we were just hearing. So text stream data gathered from Karen's Lexus show a triggering event where the Lexus travels in reverse at 62 feet at 24.2 miles per hour, which we all know that from the court documents or the trial here. They claim this is the triggering event is when she hit John O'Keefe. Using the text stream data, along with data from the Lexus black box, Aperture, crash reconstruction experts wrote a report. In the report, they claimed that based on the information, the Lexus black box, which is the time Karen started the engine that triggered the event, happened at 12:31 to 12:30, so 12:31:38 to 12:31:43. This means that Aperture believes Karen struck John O'Keefe with her SUV sometime between 12:31:38 and 12:31:43. On April 28th, Ian Whipple testified for the CW. During his testimony, he stated that John O'Keefe's phone data shows that from 12:31 to 12:32, John O'Keefe was interacting with his phone. He states that after 12:32, there is no more interactions between John O'Keefe and the phone. When you compare the two reports, you see that 13 seconds after Aperture claims John was struck, Whiffen claims John began interacting with his phone. So that's a huge problem, right? Because like when we were talking yesterday, Joe and I were like, well, was 27 seconds going to make a big difference here or there? It can, and I said that, but it depended on what they were talking about. And this gives a little better breakdown. Because you know what I need to do this evening? That we're going to have a little bit of time off. I need to sit down and go through all of my notes and all my highlights and organize them the way I should have done. When you compare, so we did that. When you compare the two reports, you see that 13 seconds after Aperture claims that John was struck, Whiffen claims that John began to interact with his phone, and he did. The medical examiner testified today, which was technically yesterday, that the blow to the back of John's head would have left him incapacitated. This means it would be impossible for John to have been on his phone at 12:31:56, per Whiffen's report. Based on the time of collision, which is 12:31:43, from the crash reconstruction report. Lord. To remedy the massive problem for the CW, Aperture decided to amend their report in the middle of trial. You know, if you're an accident reconstructionist, you shouldn't be doing anything for either side. Just giving a flat out report, let the chips fall where they may. They claim that the clocks on John's iPhone and the Lexus are off. Both of them. They state that John's iPhone runs late. Y'all, them fancy, expensive iPhones got drifting clocks. Y'all be careful out there. Make sure you know what time it is. Amazingly, to remedy the issue between Whiffen's testimony and their report, they decided, based on fixing the clock differences, that the new time the triggering event would have happened, the collision, which was at 12:32:16. The exact time Whiffen stated John's iPhone stops recording Apple Health data, and the last time the phone is interacted with. And then the poster says that is complete bullshit. In the first trial, the time of collision, based on the exact same data, was laid to be 12:45. Shockingly, after connected to John's Wi-Fi at 12:36 in the AM during the trial, the CW changed their time collision again, that time to 12:30. Oh, and then they go like, oh look, we got to get her 6 minutes here. Wow. Unless he already cross-examined Whiffen, you seriously doubt what, Firefly? What did we tell? Did you, so you caught part of that testimony yesterday about the 26/7 discrepancy, right? And I don't know if you were able to listen in this morning as to why they were having that little meeting with Bev a few minutes ago. Unless he already cross-examined Ian Whiffen about the exact issue, the conflicting times between his report and Aperture's. Oh, Butterfly, apparently drifting clocks are a thing. We're supposed to buy it. On no planet should Bev, okay, Alessi already cross-examined Whiffen about this exact issue with the conflicting times between his report and Aperture's during the trial. On no planet should Bev allow this report to be amended and testified to, especially she just mentioned there's a sequester order on that stuff. That meant that's no more work can be done. But yeah, they did it anyway. Bev should have a problem with that if that was her order. So Bev should not allow it in to this bed they made, and they have to lay in it. If she allows a change, the defense should immediately move for a mistrial. I agree. I mean, at this point, is Ann Taylor going to call for one over in Idaho? When you're trying to make up a story, this is what happens. You make it up as you go and are constantly chasing your tail. This is corruption playing out for the world to see. Kind of got to agree with it. Aperture's original report. Okay, they got the original here, which I did not see. They are now attempting to change this report. Why? Let's see. Let's get on down to the report. So originally they said 12/31/38 triggering event per the Aperture report. 12/31/42 impact with John O'Keefe. Text stream data. John would have been incapacitated at that time. 12/31 McCabe text pull up behind me per Whiffen's report. 12/31/56 John's Apple Health data starts. 12/32/04 iPhone unlocked. 12/32/06 phone reads Jen's text. At 12/32/09 the phone is locked again, and then the Apple Health data ends at 12/32. So that is yeah, that's the problem right there with that new report, right? Because that is a huge difference if you're looking at the big scheme of things and the technical times of what the data claims people were doing and not doing. Don't like it that they want to come in last minute and change something. Like, we don't need that. And if Bev put a sequester on all that stuff, that means they shouldn't have been able to come in and amend anything. But here she is going to allow it, I guess, and let them get them on cross-exam, which is crazy. And I'd like to see you recall your witness, Jen McCabe, and have her testify again about what she saw and what time she thought it was, right? Because I don't even know if it matters at this point. It's like, get on with it all. They shouldn't be allowed to amend data like that and come back in final hour and say, oh, look, we got a new report. We just got some new software. Well, you're too late. Way too late. Oops, sorry, I was about to check something. So we have until Monday morning, and that will be day 18. Finally, when we get to Monday, maybe they'll get on to some witnesses that I'm going to say we need to hear. When I say that, I know a lot of you guys have already seen it because you watched the first trial, but I did not, and neither did the jurors, right? There's things they need to see. And I hope they start bringing in some of that, because more of that, I should say. They've brought in quite a bit. The defense has to give the jurors something to think about, in my opinion, because it's given me a lot to think about, right? And I'm trying to evaluate the case based on the evidence I see in court right now. And although, trust me, it's getting harder and harder. That's why I'm trying to avoid social media on this case at the moment. I might only a few trusted sources will I bother to even look at. It depends on who they are and what they're saying. If I feel like it's a total campaign, I'm going to keep scrolling. I want to base it on what I see in court. And that's when I go and look at past testimony. It's court testimony, right? That I go and look and review. They sure caught, what was that other, Mr. O'Keefe? No, not Mr. O'Keefe. Massachusetts State Police Trooper Keefe, who claimed, and so they got that squared away. Remember when he texted out in the little short that I dropped this morning, he testified he went down there all by himself from his unit. So did that mean the guy standing in the picture with you just wasn't from your unit, or you were just completely alone? Because he says my unit. But they come in this morning, both parties agreed to a stipulation that is not Proctor in that picture. So the defense concedes that is not Proctor in the picture. It's that other guy. I wrote his name down. Where did I write it? There's another state trooper that's in there with him. Oh, over here maybe. Oh, on my first page. Well, goodness, I don't even see where I wrote the guy. Oh, Watson. State Trooper Watson was the other guy in the image. Yeah, Trooper Keefe is the one that testified that he went alone from his unit. But if you look at the short I dropped this morning, they presented a picture in court yesterday of him standing there at the autopsy with someone standing beside him. And people didn't know if it was Proctor or not because it's a guy with a bald head. But then the state and defense have both agreed that is not Proctor in that picture. So I'm going to leave it at that, and I'm going to believe the defense and the prosecution at this point. They've agreed. Yeah, he still lied, but that's the point. He lied. But I think everybody really wanted that to be Proctor in the picture because I don't need him in the picture to tell me he's shady, right? The jury didn't need it to be him. What we do need to know is that guy lied on the stand. Now, did he lie, though? Is the other guy from your unit? You're both from the state police, same unit? Yeah, you lied, right, Butterfly? He lied, he lied, he lied. We're not going to have it. Darn sure lied. Why do they feel the need to do all that, right? Why do they feel the need to say half the things they've said in this testimony, these state troopers? Are they all just in the good old boy system where I need to, not throw shade at my department and try to cover for these guys? Who the heck knows what they're thinking? If you look back at the other stories we looked at with their investigations, not everybody was involved in that past stuff, but you got that one little core group that is. So I had to wonder, every department needs a couple of guys. And if maybe Sunday, I can show you the story of a police officer out of New Orleans and show you exactly how a conspiracy works, how they build their team of conspirators. Not everybody can be in on it, but you need some key players. That's when you make things happen, right? And how easily it was for one officer to get, not easy, but that's not the right word to use. People will take what I say the wrong way. But for him, how easy it was for him to slip into that, and how hard it was for another cop to ever get a job again as a cop for being a whistleblower, right? The risk you take. Yeah, I don't recall is standard language in courtrooms anymore. It's just, that's what they're told to say. You say, I don't recall. You'll see it in every court case. Well, how many times we have to hear that over there in the Koberger hearings when Mallory was testifying? I don't recall, I don't recall, I don't recall. It's like standard language they talk. I think we're all past their little I'm gonna get some don't recall shirts. I don't recall nothing. We don't recall nothing over here. Yeah, protecting each other, right? And did some of them even realize how big this was getting with their cover-up? If they're little peons on the bottom of the totem pole, right? Do they even realize they're being brought into a conspiracy until it's too late? And then I got to save myself. Well, save yourself. Tell the truth. Don't continue to lie about it. It feels like a couple of these people that have testified weren't even aware they were brought into a conspiracy, right? Because if you want me to really believe that every single person that touched the investigation, down to DNA people, all are in a conspiracy to get Karen Reed, they're all willing to lose their damn jobs? Everybody, no. Yeah, they have a lot of that, don't they, Vixie? I need to look at my notes. I'm not sure if my notes are correct. I'm not sure who wrote my notes. Who took those notes? Are you sure? Well, how many times do we hear that in the beginning of this case? They can't even trust the notes that they're being given to read. Especially old Jen. She's skeptical of everything. And somebody with that kind of skeptical brain about every single thing, I'm a skeptic. I will double take everything, right? But she seems to be skeptical of her own police department. They can't write reports right. And there was another guy that testified from the police. He was the same way. It's like, y'all make up your minds. Yeah, they do. They pull them in and they manipulate and all kinds of things. And in the beginning, they may not even know they're being a part of it until it's too late. No excuse. Once you find out what's going on, you need to be a whistleblower. Yeah, Vixie, right? 'Cause that's icky as shit, isn't it? What can you know? So Proctor got fired, and Yuri lost 5 days of vacay. Is that all we're doing here? Y'all just get to retire and get your pensions and go live in the countryside somewhere and get out the city. I don't know. It's insane. Anyway, all right, guys, I appreciate y'all coming in here with me today. I do have a grandson home today, and I do really need to get some things done around here. And I would love just to relax tomorrow and work on my other project. So I think I'm going to have to take this time to get some things done. And you guys relax, do all the things, and won't meet back up here. I will be live on Sunday. I don't think I'll go live tomorrow. I usually try to force myself to stay off here on Saturdays and give myself a break. So I'll do that. I don't have any plans to be on anybody's shows this weekend, so we're good to go. And I'll be back on Sunday to present something other than Karen Reed and Brian Koberger. My God, I need a break from both of them right this moment. Like, no, y'all go sit down a minute. I got other things I want to cover. You're welcome, Vixie. Thanks for coming in and chatting with us. I appreciate you guys. Like I said, I know there's so many platforms out there covering it. I'm literally getting eaten alive by the algorithm right now, but who cares? What am I going to do, right? So anyway, I do appreciate all of you who are tuning in with us over here and chatting it up and watching the trial. I appreciate you. And we'll be back on Monday with day 18. I'm going to get confused. Bye, Firefly. I heard from Dolphin this morning. She's relaxing and frolicking in Greece. I was like, I wish I was with her, but yeah. Anyway, guys, we'll see you on Sunday, if not before. You guys have a good one. Thank you all.
Watching this here video, please like and subscribe and follow. Much love from little Yas to each of you.